Some bridges are built to help people reach the other side, but there is one bridge hidden far beyond ordinary maps that has never cared where anyone wished to go. Instead, it quietly watches why they choose to cross. For countless seasons, its lanterns have waited in perfect stillness, not asleep, not forgotten, only waiting for a single act of quiet kindness to awaken them once more. After returning from the Valley of Silent Bells, Elias believed he had learned that peace could often be found in silence. Yet the hidden library gently reminds every traveler that silence is only the beginning. Sooner or later, every quiet heart must decide whether it will become a bridge for someone else. Welcome back to Sleep with Stories, where every journey is lovingly crafted to slow your thoughts, soften your heart, and gently carry you toward peaceful sleep. So settle into your favorite place. Take one slow, comfortable breath, and let tonight's gentle journey begin. Elias remained in the hidden library for several quiet days. After returning from the Valley of Silent Bells, the library seemed unchanged. Its endless shelves still disappeared beneath the gentle glow of the great crescent moon. Its floating lanterns continued drifting through the peaceful air with the same patient rhythm they always had. Somewhere in the distance, pages softly turned themselves. Somewhere else, a clock quietly marked moments that no longer hurried anyone. Everything felt wonderfully familiar. And yet, something was different. Not around him, within him. The silence he had carried back from the valley no longer felt empty. It had become a quiet companion. He noticed it while reading, while walking, even while simply watching tiny specks of golden dust dance through shafts of moonlight between the shelves. For the first time, he understood why the library itself was never truly silent. Every tiny sound, every gentle creak of old wood, every distant flutter of turning pages, every floating lantern brushing softly through the air, all belonged together. Silence had never meant the absence of sound. It meant that every sound had finally found its proper place. One evening, as moonlight poured through the towering crystal windows, Elias found himself once again seated beneath the ancient globe, where countless glowing constellations slowly drifted across its surface. Beside him rested the blossom lantern. Unlike every other lantern within the hidden library, it held no flame, only delicate blossoms. Soft white petals rested peacefully inside its glass walls, their edges carrying the faintest hint of warm golden light, as though dawn itself had fallen asleep among them. The elder librarian had offered no explanation. After placing it into Elias' hands. Only the smallest smile and a single sentence. Every gift discovers its own purpose when its traveler is ready. Nothing more. Since then, Elias had visited the lantern each evening. Sometimes he simply watched it. Sometimes he gently turned it in the moonlight. Sometimes he wondered whether the blossoms were merely beautiful or quietly waiting. Tonight, something changed. One blossom slowly unfolded, not quickly, not dramatically. Its tiny petals opened almost too gently to notice. A faint golden glow gathered within its center. Elias leaned closer. The blossom lifted. It floated upward without wind, without sound, without haste. For a brief moment, it hovered above the lantern, as though listening to something far beyond the library itself. Then, one tiny golden petal drifted downward. It landed softly upon the polished wooden floor. The moment it touched the ground, a single luminous flower quietly bloomed beneath it. Elias blinked. He had walked these floors countless times. Never had he seen anything like this. Another blossom rose. Another petal drifted. Another glowing flower appeared. Then another, and another. None of them remained still. Instead, each newly opened flower gently leaned toward the next, until together they formed the beginning of a delicate trail stretching deeper into the hidden library than Elias had ever traveled before. He slowly stood. The library itself remained peaceful. None of its lanterns reacted. None of its shelves shifted. Even the elder librarian, seated far across the grand hall, beneath a pool of warm golden light, continued reading without looking up. It was almost as though only Elias could see the blossoms, or perhaps only the traveler carrying the lantern had been invited to follow them. Without a word, he picked up the blossom lantern. The tiny flowers waiting upon the floor seemed almost to brighten. Then they quietly continued forward into a part of the hidden library where even the moonlight had rarely wandered. The blossoms moved at an unhurried pace, neither floating nor crawling. Instead, they opened one after another, each tiny bloom appearing only after the previous one had quietly settled into place. Elias found himself walking more slowly than ever before. There was no urgency, no fear that the path might disappear. It seemed to know exactly how quickly a traveler should move. The deeper he wandered into the hidden library, the quieter it became. Not empty, simply older. The familiar shelves gradually gave way to towering archways carved from pale stone that shimmered faintly beneath the moon's gentle light. The air carried the comforting fragrance of old paper, fresh cedar, and now the delicate sweetness of spring blossoms. It was a scent the hidden library had never worn before, as though the lantern had carried an entirely different season within itself. The blossoms guided him beneath an ancient arch he had somehow never noticed. Its surface was covered with delicate carvings, not words, not maps, only countless tiny flowers woven together into winding paths, each blossom connected to another. Each path eventually joined another still. No flower stood alone. Elias reached out and lightly brushed his fingers across the cool stone. For the briefest instant, the carvings glowed softly beneath his touch. Not brightly, only enough to reveal something almost hidden among the flowers. A small symbol, a lantern surrounded by blooming petals, exactly like the blossom lantern resting in his hands. Before he could study it further, a quiet voice drifted from somewhere beyond the arch. "You've come farther than most travelers ever do." The voice carried no surprise, only warmth. Elias stepped forward. Beyond the arch stretched a long stone corridor bathed in gentle silver light. Hundreds of empty lantern hooks hung quietly overhead. None held lanterns, yet every hook was wrapped in delicate flowering vines. Standing beside the first column was a young woman. She appeared no older than Elias. Her long chestnut hair rested loosely over a pale moss-green cloak, embroidered with tiny blossoms that shimmered whenever she moved. She held no staff, no book, only a small gardening basket filled with unopened flower buds. She smiled as though greeting an old friend rather than a stranger. "You must be Elias." He blinked in surprise. "We've never met." "No." She smiled gently. "But Rowan's letter arrived several mornings ago." Elias looked puzzled. "Rowan, the keeper of the valley, of silent bells." She nodded. "He told us the blossom lantern had finally awakened." For a quiet moment, Elias simply stared. "So, the keepers know one another." A soft laugh escaped her. "The hidden library has many paths. Some belong to travelers. Others belong to those who quietly care for them." She stepped closer. "My name is Mira. I care for the blooming lanterns." She looked down at the lantern Elias carried. "The blossoms chose you sooner than I expected. They've been wonderfully patient." Elias glanced toward the corridor ahead. "So the blossoms led me here." "They did, but not because they wanted you to find the bridge." She tilted her head with quiet kindness. "They wanted the bridge to find you." Before Elias could answer, a gentle breeze wandered through the corridor. Tiny petals drifted from the blossom lantern. Instead of falling, they floated ahead, disappearing beyond the last bend. Mira watched them with a thoughtful smile. It seems they are eager. Eager for what? She looked toward the distant light beyond the corridor. For you to meet someone. Elias followed her gaze. Beyond the final arch, far in the distance, something enormous shimmered beneath the moonlight. Not clearly enough to understand, only enough to awaken wonder. It looked almost like an entire bridge made from sleeping stars. Mira walked ahead without ever seeming to hurry. The corridor welcomed silence as naturally as the library itself. Neither of them felt any need to fill it with conversation. Only the gentle sound of footsteps accompanied them. Now and then, a blossom drifted from Elias' lantern. Each petal settled softly upon the ancient stone before quietly fading into warm golden light, almost as though the lantern itself remembered the way. After a little while, Mira slowed beside a broad circular window carved into the outer wall. Before we continue, she smiled gently. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Elias looked through the window. Far below, a river shimmered beneath the moon. Its waters carried no rushing current. Instead, they flowed with the quiet patience of drifting starlight. Every movement upon its surface seemed softer than ordinary water, almost as though light itself had learned to flow. What river is that? Elias whispered. Mira rested one hand lightly upon the stone. We call it the river of returning light. It has another name, but hardly anyone remembers it now. Elias continued, watching the glowing water. It looks peaceful. It is. Her voice remained warm. But peace and simplicity are not always the same thing. She looked toward him. The river never shows anyone their own reflection. Elias slowly turned. It doesn't. She shook her head. It remembers something far more important. For a quiet moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Mira asked, "Have you ever helped someone and forgotten about it?" Elias thought carefully. Images quietly drifted through his memory. A traveler whose heavy satchel he had once carried without thinking. An elderly visitor he had patiently guided through unfamiliar shelves. A frightened child he had comforted long before arriving at the valley of silent bells. Small moments, ordinary moments. None had seemed remarkable at the time. I suppose I have. Mira nodded softly. The river never forgets. She gestured toward the silver water below. It remembers every kindness that expected nothing in return. Elias looked again. At first, he saw only gentle ripples. Then, The surface slowly brightened. Light gathered across the water, like morning sunlight touching calm glass. Shapes began forming, not his own reflection, someone else's. An elderly woman smiled warmly as a young traveler quietly returned a dropped bundle of books. The image faded. Another appeared, a little girl carefully placing a blanket across the shoulders of someone sleeping beneath an old tree. Then another, a fisherman quietly sharing his evening meal with a stranger before disappearing into the mist. Scene after scene drifted gently across the river. Tiny acts, almost invisible. None celebrated, none remembered. Except here, the river remembered them all. Elias watched in silence. So, the river shows every kindness. Mira smiled. Not every kindness, only the ones that quietly changed another life. Her words lingered gently in the stillness. After a while, she continued walking. The bridge and the river have always belonged together. One remembers why hearts choose to cross. The other remembers what those hearts leave behind. The corridor slowly widened. Moonlight spilled across polished white stone. The scent of blossoms became stronger. Ahead, the distant shape Elias had noticed before slowly emerged from the silver mist. At first, he thought he was looking at countless hanging lanterns. Then, he realized they were stretching farther than any bridge should ever reach. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, suspended in perfect silence beneath graceful flowering branches that arched across the night sky. None were glowing. Each lantern rested quietly among sleeping blossoms, waiting patiently, beautifully, as though an entire season had paused to take one peaceful breath. Elias stopped without realizing it. He had seen wonders beyond imagination inside the hidden library. Yet somehow, this felt different, not because it was grander, but because it seemed to be waiting for something incredibly small. One quiet choice, one gentle heart, one unseen kindness. And somewhere among those countless sleeping lanterns, a single blossom inside the lantern Elias carried slowly opened. Morning arrived so gently that Elias almost failed to notice the passing of night. The great crescent moon slowly surrendered its place to a softer silver sky that never quite became day, yet no longer belonged to darkness. Here, beyond the familiar halls of the hidden library, time seemed less interested in hours than in seasons of the heart. Mira waited beside the beginning of the bridge, carefully tending several unopened blossom lanterns that rested upon low stone pedestals. She moved with quiet patience, one lantern at a time, adjusting a blossom here, brushing away a fallen petal there, never rushing, never pausing long enough to suggest there was anything extraordinary about her work. Elias approached. I thought we were going to cross. Mira smiled without looking up. We will. She gently lifted one lantern into her hands. But bridges are patient. Travelers rarely are. Elias laughed softly. I suppose that's true. She finally looked toward him. The bridge has been waiting for centuries. I don't think it will mind another morning. Together they began walking, not onto the bridge itself, but along a narrow garden path that curved beneath its enormous stone arches. Only now did Elias realize how vast the bridge truly was. From a distance, it had appeared beautiful. Up close, it seemed endless. Its graceful arches disappeared beyond flowering trees until they merged with silver mist upon the opposite horizon. Thousands upon thousands of lanterns rested overhead, each one surrounded by sleeping blossoms, each one waiting. Not a single flame burned. Yet somehow, the bridge never felt abandoned. It felt hopeful, as though it had complete confidence that one day every lantern would awaken. Below the first arch stretched gardens, unlike any Elias had ever seen. There were no carefully arranged flower beds, no straight pathways, no grand fountains. Instead, wild blossoms grew wherever they pleased. Tiny streams wandered between smooth white stones. Butterflies drifted lazily through the morning air. Even the breeze seemed to choose its own direction. Nothing appeared designed. Everything appeared loved. Mira noticed Elias quietly looking around. The gardens change every season. They are beautiful. They are listening. Elias blinked. Listening. She nodded. The flowers bloom where kindness is remembered. He looked around again. There are thousands. There have been thousands. Her answer carried no sadness, only gratitude. She knelt beside a cluster of pale blue blossoms, growing near the roots of an old cherry tree. They weren't here yesterday. Elias crouched beside her. What made them bloom? Mira carefully touched one delicate petal. A little boy. He crossed the bridge last evening. Did he awaken it? No. She smiled. He simply shared half of his supper with an old traveler before going home. Nobody saw him, but the garden did. Elias remained silent. The blossoms seemed even more beautiful now, not because of their colors, but because every flower quietly carried a story. As they continued walking, Elias noticed tiny wooden markers scattered throughout the gardens. Each marker held only a single sentence. No names, no dates, no statues celebrating great heroes, only simple memories. A stranger carried another's burden. Someone waited instead of leaving. A child forgave before being asked. An empty chair was quietly offered. Small kindnesses, almost invisible, yet together they had become an entire landscape. The gardens don't remember people, Mira said gently. They remember choices. Elias stopped beside one weathered marker, nearly hidden beneath white blossoms. Its words had faded with time. He could read only the final line, and no one ever knew. He found himself smiling. Perhaps that was the most beautiful part. The greatest kindnesses often belonged to no stories at all. No applause, no celebration, only quiet goodness, continuing long after the moment itself had passed. Far above them, one blossom drifted silently from the lantern Elias carried. Instead of falling toward the earth, it slowly floated upward, joining the thousands of sleeping lanterns beneath the bridge. Neither Elias nor Mira spoke. They simply watched, as though the blossom lantern itself had quietly recognized that it had finally come home. They remained beneath the bridge until the last blossom had disappeared among the sleeping lanterns overhead. For a long while, nothing happened. The thousands of lanterns remained exactly as they had been. Silent, patient, undisturbed. Elias finally looked toward Mira. I thought, he smiled to himself. I don't know what I thought. Perhaps one lantern would wake. Mira's eyes reflected quiet amusement. So did I. You did. The first time, she began walking once more. The bridge has a gentle habit of disappointing expectations and then rewarding patience. They followed a winding footpath deeper into the gardens. As the bridge disappeared behind flowering trees, Elias noticed something he had somehow overlooked before. People, not crowds, only a handful. An elderly woman slowly watering newly planted blossoms. A young craftsman quietly repairing a weathered wooden bench. Two sisters carefully sweeping fallen petals from a narrow stone path. No one seemed hurried. No one appeared to be working because they had been asked. Instead, each person simply cared for whatever rested nearest to them. The atmosphere reminded Elias of the hidden library itself. Everyone quietly doing one small thing, trusting that together, those small things became something beautiful. Mira greeted each traveler with a gentle nod. None called her keeper. None bowed. None treated her differently. She simply belonged there, just as naturally as the blossoms themselves. Elias watched an elderly gardener carefully straighten a tiny lantern hanging from a low branch. The lantern was cracked. Its brass frame had grown dull with age. "It no longer lights," the old man said cheerfully. "I know." Mira smiled. "But it still welcomes people." The gardener laughed. "And that's enough." He returned to his work. Elias found himself wondering how many years the old man had quietly tended these gardens. Perhaps decades, perhaps longer, without ever expecting recognition. They continued until they reached a small circular courtyard surrounded by flowering cherry trees. At its center stood a simple stone table. No throne, no monument, only tea already waiting. Steam rose gently from 3 small porcelain cups. Elias looked around in surprise. "I don't remember seeing anyone prepare this." Mira smiled. "You didn't. Who did?" "The gardens." Elias looked at her. She simply laughed softly. "I'm only teasing." She picked up 1 cup. "Our visitors prepared it before sunrise. They always leave one waiting for whoever arrives next." Elias accepted the warm cup. The fragrance was delicate. Honey, wild herbs, a hint of blossom. Unexpectedly, it reminded him of another quiet place. "The tea house," he whispered. Mira nodded almost immediately. "I wondered how long it would take." "You've been there." "A few times." She stirred her tea slowly. "Leora still insists I take far more cakes than I could ever finish." Elias smiled. "So, you really do know one another." "We all do." She looked toward the distant bridge. "Not because we're guardians, but because every place inside the hidden library teaches a different kindness. Leora teaches rest. Rowan teaches listening. I care for hope." She paused. "And there are still many others you've yet to meet." Those words settled quietly inside Elias. The hidden library suddenly felt far larger than endless bookshelves. It wasn't simply a place. It was a family of quiet keepers, each protecting a different way of healing the human heart. A gentle breeze carried blossom petals across the courtyard. One landed upon the empty 3rd teacup. Elias glanced toward it. "Someone else is coming." Mira looked at the untouched cup. For the first time since they had met, she hesitated. "I don't know. The gardens usually do." Neither of them touched the 3rd cup. It remained there, warm, waiting, just like the bridge, and just like every lantern sleeping above them. Some invitations were prepared long before the traveler ever knew they had begun the journey. The 3rd cup remained untouched. Its gentle warmth continued to rise into the peaceful morning air, as though whoever it awaited had simply been delayed by another quiet path. neither Elias nor Mira spoke of it again. Some questions the hidden library preferred to answer in their own time. After finishing their tea, Mira carefully gathered the empty cups into a small woven basket. She left the third exactly where it had been. "It will stay warm?" Elias asked. She smiled. "As long as it needs to." They left the little courtyard behind and continued beneath the endless arches of the bridge. The gardens slowly gave way to wider meadows, where countless blossom lanterns rested upon slender stone posts. Unlike the lanterns hanging above the bridge, these stood close enough for Elias to examine. Every lantern was different. Some were carved from pale silver wood, others from polished white stone. Some appeared almost transparent, like crystal shaped from frozen moonlight. Yet each one held the same sleeping blossoms within. No flames, only flowers waiting. Elias stopped beside one that looked remarkably old. Its bronze frame had weathered into soft shades of green. Small cracks crossed the glass, yet not a single blossom inside had withered. "How old is this one?" Mira rested her hand gently upon its handle. "No one remembers. Not even you." She slowly shook her head. "We don't measure time here by years. We remember by kindness." Elias looked at her with quiet curiosity. "What does that mean?" Mira began walking once more. "If someone asks me when this lantern arrived, I cannot answer, but I can tell you why." She lightly touched the old lantern as they passed. "It first bloomed after a daughter walked across the bridge every evening for an entire season." "Why?" "To read stories aloud." Elias smiled. "For children." Mira looked toward the distant horizon. "No, for her father. He had forgotten almost everything. But each evening, he remembered her voice." The meadow fell peacefully silent. Some stories needed nothing more. Elias glanced back at the lantern. Its blossoms remained asleep, yet somehow they seemed warmer than before. Further ahead, dozens of lanterns stood together in gentle circles. Some circles contained only 3 lanterns, others perhaps 20. None were arranged with perfect symmetry. Each grouping felt wonderfully natural. What decides where they are placed? The lanterns. Elias laughed softly. "I've noticed your answers often begin that way." "So have I." She laughed with him. "But it happens to be true. When a lantern finishes blooming, it quietly chooses where it wishes to rest. They move. They do. By themselves." Mira nodded. "Usually at night. I've never seen it happen. No one has. Yet every morning, they are exactly where they wish to be." Elias looked across the meadow once more. For the first time, it no longer resembled a garden. It resembled a conversation, every lantern quietly choosing to remain beside others whose stories somehow belonged together. As they reached the far edge of the meadow, the sound of flowing water returned. Only now, it carried something new. Not words, not music, a gentle ringing, so soft it could almost be mistaken for the breeze passing through crystal leaves. Elias slowed. "Do you hear that?" Mira smiled without surprise. "I wondered when you would. It sounds almost like..." He stopped. His thoughts drifted back to another valley, another peaceful journey, another guardian. The bells. Mira nodded gently. Only an echo. The river of returning light carries memories farther than people imagine. Elias listened carefully. The delicate ringing rose and faded upon the wind, never loud enough to interrupt the quiet, only enough to remind him some gifts never truly left the places where they were first received. He found himself smiling. Rowan had been right. The first bell had not disappeared. Its voice still traveled, not through sound alone, but through every quiet heart that had learned how to listen. The faint echo slowly disappeared into the morning breeze. Neither of them tried to follow it. Some memories, the hidden library taught, were gifts, not destinations. Elias noticed that the path beneath their feet had gradually changed. The smooth white stones of the gardens gave way to broad stepping stones carved directly into the hillside. Tiny blossoms grew naturally between each one. No gardener had arranged them. No hand had planted them. Yet every stone seemed perfectly placed, as though countless travelers had quietly taught the path where footsteps naturally wished to fall. Ahead, the river of returning light curved gently around the foot of the bridge before widening into a peaceful bend. Its silver surface reflected neither sky nor trees. Instead, gentle memories continued drifting across the water like distant dreams. Some lasted only moments. Others lingered quietly before fading back into light. Mira slowed beside the riverbank. "There is someone I'd like you to meet." Elias looked around. He saw no one, only a small wooden pier extending over the quiet water. An old rowboat rested there. Its wood had silvered with age. Fresh blossoms had gathered naturally inside it, though no wind seemed strong enough to have carried them there. A quiet voice greeted them before Elias noticed its owner. "I wondered when the blossom lantern would arrive." An elderly man stepped out from beneath the shade of an ancient willow tree. His clothing was simple: a weathered gray coat, comfortable boots, hands marked by many years of careful work. Nothing about him suggested importance, yet everything about him radiated peace. He carried a small lantern polishing cloth tucked into his belt. Not books, not maps, not tools, only that cloth. Mira smiled warmly. "Good morning, Ferris." The old man inclined his head. "And a peaceful morning to you both." His eyes settled upon the blossom lantern Elias carried. "They've chosen well." Elias smiled politely. "You know about it." Ferris chuckled. "My dear boy, I've been polishing lanterns longer than most trees have been growing." Elias laughed softly. "I suppose that means you've seen many travelers." "I've forgotten more travelers than I remember." He paused thoughtfully. "But I've never forgotten a single kindness." Those words seemed to settle gently across the river itself. Ferris walked toward one lantern hanging from a nearby branch. It was old, older than almost every lantern Elias had seen that morning. The brass had grown beautifully worn. Its blossoms slept peacefully inside. Ferris carefully polished one small corner of its frame, not because it looked dirty, simply because it deserved care. Elias watched him. "You still polish them, even when they aren't blooming." Ferris looked almost surprised by the question. "Especially then." He continued working. "Anyone can admire something while it shines. The real question is, who still cares for it while it waits?" Silence returned. Not empty silence. The comfortable kind. The sort that allowed wisdom to settle naturally. Ferris gently returned the cloth to his belt. "I once asked Rowan a question." Elias looked up immediately. "You know Rowan well." Ferris smiled. "We've shared more cups of tea than either of us could count." I asked him whether silence ever becomes lonely. What did he say? Ferris's eyes wandered toward the glowing river. He said, "Only when kindness forgets to visit." Elias felt those words remain with him long after they had been spoken. Rowan, Leora, Mira, now Ferris. Each guardian carried different wisdom. Yet somehow, none of it contradicted another. It simply completed it. Ferris gestured toward the quiet rowboat. "The bridge can wait. It has waited centuries. But the river," he smiled warmly. "The river likes visitors." He stepped aside. "If you're willing, I'd like to show you where forgotten kindnesses quietly come to rest." Elias looked toward Mira. She nodded. "As I said earlier, the bridge isn't in a hurry." The blossom lantern glowed just a little brighter, almost as though it agreed. Ferris untied the small rowboat with slow, practiced hands. There was no splash as it drifted away from the wooden pier. The river of returning light seemed almost eager to carry it. Mirror remained upon the shore. "I'll meet you at sunset." Elias looked surprised. "Aren't you coming?" She smiled warmly. The river tells different stories to different listeners. Today, it wishes to speak with you. Ferris steadied the boat while Elias stepped inside. The old man climbed aboard with surprising ease. Without lifting a single oar, the boat quietly began moving. Elias glanced down. "We're not rowing." Ferris chuckled softly. "We never do. The river already knows where it wishes to go." The boat drifted farther from the shore. Almost immediately, the sounds of the gardens faded. The singing birds became distant. Even the soft rustle of blossom trees slowly disappeared. Only the gentle whisper of flowing light remained. For several peaceful minutes, neither traveler spoke. The silence felt familiar now. Comfortable, Elias found himself remembering Rowan. Not with sadness, with gratitude. He realized something unexpected. The lessons he had received inside the valley of silent bells had not stayed behind. They had quietly traveled with him. Perhaps that was how every place inside the hidden library truly worked. You never really left it. It simply became part of you. Ferris finally broke the silence. "Do you know why the river remembers kindness?" Elias slowly shook his head. "I've wondered." The old man rested one hand lightly upon the side of the boat. "Because kindness disappears faster than almost anything else." Elias looked toward him. "A smile lasts only moments. A helping hand is soon forgotten. A gentle conversation fades. Most people continue with their lives. They rarely realize that someone else's life quietly changed because of them." The river shimmered. Its silver light slowly gathered beside the boat. A memory appeared. A young woman quietly mended the torn sleeve of a stranger while he slept beside a roadside fire. No one thanked her. No one applauded. She simply finished, smiled, and continued walking before sunrise. The memory slowly dissolved. Another appeared. An old baker quietly placed an extra loaf of bread inside a widow's basket every winter morning, never once revealing his name. The image faded. Then another. A little girl patiently sat beside an injured bird until it was ready to fly again. She missed an entire afternoon of play. No one ever knew why. Ferris watched each memory with the peaceful familiarity of someone greeting old friends. The river keeps these moments, so they are never completely lost. Elias spoke almost in a whisper. "Do the people ever see them again?" Ferris smiled. "Sometimes when they begin believing that their small kindnesses never mattered." The boat continued drifting. The river widened around them. Its gentle current became so smooth that water and sky seemed almost indistinguishable. Ahead, something unusual caught Elias' attention. Small lights floated just above the surface. Not lanterns, not stars, tiny glowing blossoms. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They drifted silently with the current, each blossom carrying the faintest golden light. "They're beautiful," Ferris nodded. "They're called returning blossoms. They appear whenever one quiet kindness inspires another." Elias watched as one blossom gently touched another. The second glowed slightly brighter, then drifted onward. So kindness spreads. It always has. Ferris smiled. People simply don't notice. Elias leaned forward, watching the countless blossoms glide across the silver water. For the first time since arriving, he understood why the bridge had remained asleep for so long. It wasn't waiting for greatness. It wasn't waiting for heroes. It wasn't even waiting for extraordinary sacrifice. It was waiting for enough ordinary hearts to quietly remember one another. The realization settled gently within him, and somewhere far ahead, hidden beyond the river's next graceful bend, one lantern hanging beneath the great bridge flickered. Only once, so softly that neither Elias nor Ferris noticed it. Only the river did. The little flicker vanished almost as soon as it appeared. The bridge returned to perfect stillness. The thousands of lanterns hanging beneath its graceful arches remained peacefully asleep. Only the river of returning light continued smiling in silence. The rowboat drifted onward. Soon, the river narrowed once again, carrying them between towering willow trees whose long silver branches brushed the glowing water. Tiny returning blossoms floated beneath the hanging leaves like quiet stars searching for the earth instead of the sky. Ferris reached into the boat and gently lifted a small woven basket. Inside rested dozens of tiny folded paper boats, each one no larger than the palm of a hand. Elias looked at them curiously. "Did someone make those?" Ferris nodded. "Many people. They leave them here before returning home." He picked up one. Its paper had yellowed with age. The careful folds had softened after many seasons, yet it remained perfectly intact. "What are they for?" Ferris carefully placed the tiny boat upon the glowing river. It floated away almost immediately. People often believe kindness ends the moment it is given. The river disagrees. Elias watched the little paper boat drift among the blossoms. It carries gratitude, not from the person who received the kindness. Ferris smiled, but from the library itself, the paper boat glided gently beside several returning blossoms. Almost immediately, 3 blossoms gathered around it. Their light grew warmer. Then they quietly continued downstream together. They always travel in company, Ferris said softly. Gratitude dislikes being alone. The boat rounded another gentle bend. Ahead, the riverbank widened into a peaceful meadow, unlike any Elias had yet seen. There were no flowers growing here, only thousands of smooth white stones scattered across the soft green grass. Each stone was different, some no larger than a child's hand, others almost as tall as Ferris. None carried names, none displayed statues, none had elaborate carvings, only a single sentence. Ferris guided the rowboat toward the shore. We've arrived. They stepped quietly onto the grass. Elias slowly approached the nearest stone. Its words had been carved with remarkable simplicity. Someone waited until the storm had passed. Nothing else. No explanation. No identity. The next stone read, someone chose forgiveness over being right. Another, a stranger, carried laughter into a lonely home. Further away, someone planted a tree, knowing they would never rest beneath its shade. Elias wandered slowly among them. There seemed to be no beginning, no end. The meadow stretched peacefully toward the horizon, beneath flowering trees whose petals drifted silently through the air. He stopped before one particularly small stone. Its inscription consisted of only 4 words. Someone simply stayed. Nothing more. Yet somehow, those words carried a quiet weight that lingered longer than any long story might have done. Ferris joined him. Do you know who they were? The old man smiled. No. The library never asked. Elias looked surprised. It doesn't matter. It matters that it happened. Ferris gently rested one weathered hand upon the little stone. Names belong to history. Kindness belongs to everyone. A peaceful silence settled between them once more. Elias slowly turned, taking in the countless stones stretching across the meadow. Everyone represented a moment the ordinary world had almost forgotten. Yet here, nothing beautiful was ever truly lost. The hidden library remembered, not because it wished to preserve the past, but because remembering quiet goodness helped create more of it. A gentle breeze wandered across the meadow. Thousands of blossom petals lifted together. For one breathtaking moment, the white stones almost disappeared beneath drifting flowers. Ferris watched the petals dance through the air. Then he spoke so quietly that the river itself seemed to lean closer to listen. People often ask why the bridge of blooming lanterns refuses to awaken. He looked toward Elias with kind, thoughtful eyes. They're asking the wrong question. Elias waited. Ferris smiled. The real question is, when will enough people stop crossing bridges for themselves and begin crossing for each other? Ferris's question lingered gently over the meadow. Neither he nor Elias hurried to answer it. The hidden library had a quiet habit of allowing important thoughts to find their own resting place. After a little while, Ferris smiled. "Come, I've one last place to show you before we return." They left the meadow of remembered kindnesses and followed a narrow path winding between clusters of flowering trees. The further they walked, the quieter the world became. Even the breeze seemed to soften. Ahead, the river curved around a small island, no larger than a village square. There were no buildings, no bridges leading toward it, only one magnificent cherry tree growing at its center. Unlike every other blossom tree Elias had seen, this one carried blossoms of pure golden light, not yellow, not white touched by sunlight. They glowed gently from within, as though every flower held a tiny sunrise sleeping inside it. The tree reflected across the silver river until it seemed another golden tree was growing beneath the water. Elias stopped. "I've never seen anything like it." Ferris smiled. "Very few have." The little boat drifted quietly toward the island without either of them touching it. As soon as they stepped ashore, Elias noticed something extraordinary. The ground beneath the tree was completely free of fallen petals. Not one, yet blossoms continued opening upon its branches. They never fall. Ferris shook his head. They do, but never here. Elias looked around in confusion. Then where do they go? Ferris slowly raised one hand toward the bridge visible in the far distance. They become lantern blossoms. Elias followed his gaze. The thousands of sleeping blossoms beneath the bridge suddenly felt different. They all begin here. They do. Ferris rested one weathered hand upon the ancient trunk. This tree has quietly bloomed since long before the first keeper arrived. No one planted it. No one remembers when it first appeared. It simply belongs. Elias stepped closer. The bark shimmered faintly with warm golden patterns. Not words, not symbols, gentle flowing lines resembling countless tiny pathways joining together, almost exactly like those carved upon the ancient archway where he had first met Mira. He reached out, but stopped before touching the trunk. It feels. He searched for the right word. Alive. Ferris chuckled. It is. So are the lanterns. So is the bridge. So is the river. Elias looked at him. the hidden library itself. Ferris nodded before he could finish. It has always been alive. Not alive as people are, but alive enough to remember. Alive enough to choose. Alive enough to wait. Those words settled quietly within Elias. For the first time, he realized he had never truly entered the hidden library. He had been welcomed. There was a difference, a very important difference. The library had not simply allowed him to walk its halls. It had slowly chosen to reveal them. One room, one keeper, one lesson at a time. A single golden blossom detached itself from the great tree. It floated lazily downward. Neither wind nor gravity seemed eager to hurry its journey. The blossom landed gently inside Elias' blossom lantern. The moment it touched the waiting blossoms, every flower inside the lantern glowed a little warmer. Not brighter, warmer, as though one family member had quietly returned home after a long journey. Ferris smiled. It knows you now. Elias looked into the lantern. I thought it already did. It recognized you before. The old keeper's eyes reflected the gentle golden blossoms above them. Today, it welcomed you for reasons he could not fully explain. Those words filled Elias with a quiet gratitude deeper than happiness. Some places welcomed visitors. Some welcomed travelers. The hidden library welcomed hearts willing to grow. The little island remained perfectly still around them. The river continued its endless song, and somewhere beyond the flowering trees, the bridge of blooming lanterns waited with the same patient hope it had carried for centuries. Only now, for the first time in a very long while, its waiting no longer felt lonely. The little island slowly disappeared behind them as the river gently carried the boat onward. Neither Elias nor Ferris looked back, not because the golden blossom tree had become less beautiful, but because some places quietly remained with a traveler long after they were no longer in sight. The river of returning light widened once again. Its peaceful current became almost perfectly still, so still that the little rowboat seemed suspended between two skies, one above, one below. The blossoms drifting across the water appeared almost indistinguishable from the stars awakening overhead. Elias watched them in silence. After some time, he spoke. Ferris, the old keeper, looked toward him. Do people ever return? Ferris smiled. To the bridge, yes. Many do. Why? Ferris rested both hands comfortably upon his knees. Because they believe the bridge is waiting for them. And is it? The old keeper chuckled softly. No, it never waits for one person. It waits for all of them. Elias frowned slightly. I don't understand. I know. Ferris looked across the glowing water. When a traveler asks, will the bridge bloom for me? They've already stepped away from its true purpose. The boat drifted silently onward. Ferris continued. The bridge has never cared who deserves its light. It only asks who still believes another heart is worth carrying. Those words lingered between them, not demanding agreement, simply inviting reflection. Ahead, several returning blossoms slowly gathered together upon the surface of the river. Instead of continuing downstream, they began circling one another. Their gentle light gradually formed a perfect ring. Within its center, the silver water brightened. A memory quietly appeared. Not one person this time, several. A small village surrounded by deep winter snow. One family quietly leaving warm soup outside a lonely neighbor's door. Another family clearing snow from paths that did not belong to them. Children carrying firewood to homes whose chimneys had gone cold. No one spoke. No one expected thanks. Each simply noticed another person's burden and quietly carried a little of it. The memory slowly faded. Ferris watched the disappearing light. The bridge remembers moments like these, not because one person changed everything, but because many ordinary people changed one another. Elias found himself smiling. So hope is something people build together. Ferris nodded. Exactly. One lantern can comfort 1,000 lanterns. He looked toward the distant arches, barely visible beyond the trees, can guide an entire world. The little circle of blossoms slowly drifted apart once more. Each returned to its quiet journey downstream. The boat rounded its final bend. Ahead, the first graceful arches of the bridge of blooming lanterns slowly came back into view. The afternoon sun rested gently upon countless sleeping lanterns. They remained peaceful, patient, silent, yet somehow they no longer seemed asleep, only listening, as though every kindness remembered by the river, every blossom carried by the current, every quiet choice made by unseen hearts, was slowly teaching the bridge the same lesson. Hope never arrived all at once. It arrived one ordinary kindness at a time, and somewhere high above the river, almost impossible to notice, a second lantern glowed, not fully, only for a heartbeat. Then, like a contented sigh, it quietly returned to waiting. The second lantern's gentle glow vanished almost immediately, so quietly that it seemed less like a light appearing and more like a smile passing across a familiar face. Ferris noticed nothing, neither did Elias. some changes within the hidden library preferred to remain unseen until the proper moment. The rowboat drifted gently toward the shore, where Mira was already waiting beneath a flowering cherry tree. She had not moved far from where they had parted that morning. A small watering can rested beside her. Several newly opened blossoms surrounded her feet. She looked up as the boat approached. "You were gone longer than I expected." Ferris laughed softly. The river had many stories to tell. And did he listen? Mira asked, looking toward Elias. Elias smiled. "I think I've only just begun." Mira seemed pleased by the answer. She offered Ferris a respectful nod. "Thank you." The old keeper simply smiled. "The river always thanks me. I merely visit." Without another word, he untied the boat once more. The current quietly welcomed him back. Within moments, both Ferris and the little boat had disappeared around the gentle bend from which they had first arrived. Mira watched until the river became still again. He always leaves that way. He never says goodbye. Elias asked. She shook her head. He says it every time he returns. They began walking together beneath the bridge once more. The afternoon light had grown softer. Golden sunlight filtered gently through thousands of blossom branches, filling the gardens with a peaceful glow unlike anything Elias had ever seen. Everything appeared warmer, not brighter, simply more welcoming. As they walked, Elias noticed something curious. The blossoms surrounding the path seemed slightly more open than they had been that morning. Tiny petals had unfolded, not dramatically, only enough for someone paying close attention to notice. He looked toward Mira. "They've changed." She glanced at the flowers. "They always do, because of the sunlight." She smiled. "No, they've been listening." Elias looked down again. Listening. The word no longer sounded strange. Not here. Not anymore. It felt perfectly natural that flowers, lanterns, bridges, even rivers might quietly listen. Perhaps that was what made the hidden library different from every ordinary place. Nothing here merely existed. Everything participated. Everything remembered. Everything waited. They reached the foot of the great bridge once more. For the first time, Elias stood directly before its beginning. The bridge stretched so far into the silver horizon that its opposite end remained completely hidden. Thousands of lanterns rested peacefully overhead, each surrounded by blossoms still sleeping within delicate glass. Mira stopped beside the very first lantern. "This," she said softly, "is where every traveler asks the wrong question. Elias smiled. What question? She looked toward the endless bridge. They ask, when will it bloom? She gently placed one hand upon the cool brass frame of the nearest lantern. But the bridge has never been interested in time. It has always been interested in hearts. She turned toward Elias. Tomorrow, you'll take your first steps across. Elias looked toward the endless bridge. For a brief moment, he imagined thousands of silent travelers crossing before him, some joyful, some grieving, some uncertain, some carrying burdens no one else could see. Suddenly, the bridge felt far less like a destination. It felt like a promise, not that every traveler would leave unchanged, but that every traveler willing to carry another's light would never truly walk alone. Above them, the blossom lantern resting at Elias' side glowed with quiet warmth. No petals rose, no blossoms fell. It simply rested peacefully against his hand, as though, for the first time since awakening, it too had found exactly where it belonged. The evening slowly settled across the valley of blooming lanterns. One by one, the colors of the gardens softened beneath the returning silver light of the great crescent moon. The blossoms no longer seemed touched by daylight. Instead, they glowed with the quiet radiance of peaceful memories. Elias and Mira stood together at the foot of the great bridge. Neither wished to hurry the moment. Above them, thousands of lanterns rested among flowering branches, still sleeping, still waiting, yet somehow they no longer appeared distant. They felt familiar, almost welcoming. Mira looked toward the first gentle arch, stretching into the endless horizon. Most travelers think the journey begins when they step onto the bridge. She smiled softly. They are mistaken. Elias turned toward her. It began long before today. It began the very first time someone showed you kindness, and you chose to pass it onward. The evening breeze wandered quietly through the blossoms. For the briefest moment, one tiny lantern, hanging nearest the bridge entrance, shimmered with the faintest golden warmth. Not enough to awaken, only enough to suggest. It had heard. Elias smiled without realizing it. For the first time since arriving, he no longer wondered when the bridge would bloom. He no longer searched for the moment everything would suddenly change. Instead, he found himself grateful that the bridge had remained patient, because without its waiting, he might never have learned that hope was not something hidden at the end of a journey. Hope quietly grew every single time one heart chose to carry a little light for another. The blossom lantern resting in his hands answered with a gentle warmth. No petals drifted, no flowers opened. It simply remained peacefully still, as though it too knew tomorrow would be the first true step, not toward a destination, but toward becoming part of the bridge itself. The hidden library waited quietly behind them. The bridge of blooming lanterns stretched silently before them. And somewhere between those two wonders, Elias understood that every journey through the library was gently preparing him, not merely to discover magic, but to become a small part of it himself. Morning did not arrive with sunlight. It arrived with lanterns. When Elias opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was a warm golden glow, gently moving across the ceiling of the guest room Mira had prepared for him. It was still early. The great crescent moon remained high above the hidden library, yet dozens of tiny lanterns floated peacefully outside his window, drifting toward the bridge, as though answering an invitation only they could hear. For several quiet moments, he simply watched them. No two lanterns traveled at exactly the same pace. Some paused beside flowering branches. Some circled one another. Others continued onward with patient certainty. None appeared hurried, almost as though they understood there was no such thing as arriving too late. A gentle knock sounded at the wooden door. Elias, Mira's calm voice, carried easily through the room. "When you're ready, the bridge is waiting." He smiled. "I'm coming." A few minutes later, they stood together once more beneath the first great arch. Morning mist drifted lazily across the beginning of the bridge. The thousands of lanterns overhead remained peacefully asleep. Yet after everything Elias had learned the day before, their silence no longer felt empty. It felt expectant, almost welcoming. Mira looked toward the long stone path stretching into the endless distance. Today isn't about reaching the other side. Elias nodded. "I thought so." She smiled. Most travelers eventually discover that. She slowly extended her hand. Resting upon her palm lay a tiny blossom. Unlike the blossoms inside Elias' lantern, this one glowed with soft ivory light. "What is it?" "A traveler's blossom." She gently placed it into his hand. "It won't bloom. It won't shine. It won't do anything extraordinary." Elias looked at the tiny flower. "Then why carry it?" Mira's smile became warmer. "So you'll remember." "Remember what?" "That every traveler crosses carrying something. Some carry hope. Some carry grief. Some carry questions. And some," she looked toward the endless bridge, "carry quiet light they haven't yet discovered." Elias carefully tucked the blossom inside the pocket of his cloak, not because he understood, but because he trusted her. Together, they approached the very first stone of the bridge. Mira stopped. "This is where I leave you." Elias looked surprised. "You're not coming." She gently shook her head. No keeper walks beside a traveler on their first crossing. Why? Because every bridge deserves one conversation that belongs only to the traveler. A peaceful silence settled between them. Elias turned toward the bridge. The first stone rested only a single step away. Simple, ordinary. No glowing symbols. No magical light. Nothing suggesting that this single step mattered more than any other. Yet somehow it did. He slowly lifted one foot, then paused, not from fear, from gratitude. He found himself quietly thanking Rowan for teaching him to listen, Leora for reminding him that rest could heal, Ferris for showing him that forgotten kindness was never truly forgotten, Mira for teaching him that hope bloomed patiently. Only then did he take the first step. The moment his foot touched the ancient stone, nothing happened. No light burst across the bridge. No blossoms erupted into bloom. No sleeping lantern awakened. Only the faint sound of another pair of footsteps echoed somewhere farther ahead. Elias stopped. He looked up. The bridge stretched empty before him. No traveler could be seen. Yet the footsteps continued, slow, gentle, unhurried. One step, then another, as though someone else had begun crossing long before he arrived. Elias listened carefully. The footsteps never came closer, never moved farther away. They simply remained, waiting somewhere beyond the morning mist, for reasons he could not explain. He smiled, then quietly continued walking, one peaceful step at a time. The footsteps continued, never hurried, never fading. They echoed softly through the morning mist, as though the bridge itself remembered every traveler who had ever crossed it. Elias continued walking. He no longer searched for the source of the sound. Some mysteries, he had learned, became gentler when they were allowed to remain mysteries. The bridge felt different beneath his feet than the paths he had walked before. Its smooth white stone carried neither warmth nor coldness. Instead, each step seemed strangely familiar, almost as though countless journeys had quietly polished every stone until it welcomed every traveler in exactly the same way. Above him, thousands of blossom lanterns rested peacefully among graceful flowering branches. Now that he stood beneath them, he noticed something new. Every lantern was unique. Some were carved with flowing vines. Others displayed tiny stars. Some were perfectly smooth, Others carried gentle marks left by centuries of weather and waiting. None were identical, yet together they belonged perfectly. Elias slowed beside one lantern, hanging lower than the others. Its blossoms remained peacefully asleep. A tiny brass plaque rested beneath it. There was no name, only a single sentence. Someone listened until another heart felt understood. He stood quietly before it. Such a small act, no great adventure, no heroic sacrifice, only listening. Yet somehow, the bridge had remembered it. He continued walking. Another lantern. Someone kept a promise no one else remembered. A little farther, someone chose patience over anger. Then, someone welcomed a stranger before asking their name. The bridge was not displaying famous lives. It was preserving quiet moments that the ordinary world would almost certainly forget. Elias realized that every lantern carried only one memory, one simple act, one gentle choice. Nothing more, nothing less. The bridge did not measure a life. It remembered a light. A soft breeze wandered between the flowering branches. Thousands of blossoms swayed together, not enough to fall, only enough to whisper. For a brief moment, the entire bridge sounded almost like breathing. Slow, peaceful, alive. Elias smiled to himself. Ferris had been right. The hidden library truly lived, not in the way people lived, but in its own quiet way. It remembered, it welcomed, it waited, and perhaps it even hoped. As the morning mist slowly began to lift, Elias noticed several travelers farther ahead. Not many, only 3. They walked separately, each moving at their own gentle pace. An elderly woman carrying a tiny wicker basket. A young father holding the hand of his little daughter. A gray-haired musician with an old wooden flute resting across his shoulder. None spoke. None appeared to notice one another. Yet, whenever one traveler paused, the others somehow slowed as well. Without discussion, without agreement, simply out of kindness, the little girl suddenly stopped walking. A blossom had settled upon the bridge. She carefully picked it up with both hands. Instead of keeping it, she quietly placed it beside one sleeping lantern, then smiled. Her father said nothing. He simply smiled with her. The lantern did not awaken. Nothing magical happened. Yet Elias noticed something else. The blossom remained fresh, as though the bridge had accepted the quiet gift. The travelers continued onward. Their footsteps soon disappeared into the silver distance. Elias watched until they were no longer visible. For the first time, he understood why the bridge could never be crossed quickly. It wasn't built for reaching somewhere else. It was built for noticing what usually went unseen, and every unnoticed kindness seemed to make the journey just a little more beautiful. The little girl and her father slowly disappeared into the silver mist ahead. The blossom she had placed beside the lantern remained exactly where it rested. Elias smiled. No one had asked her to leave it there. No keeper had been watching. No reward had been promised. She had simply felt that the blossom belonged there. The bridge continued gently climbing, so gradually that Elias hardly noticed the change. The arches beneath him grew taller. The flowering branches stretched wider. The river of returning light shimmered far below, flowing like liquid moonlight through the peaceful valley. From this height, the gardens of quiet kindness appeared almost like a living painting. Tiny figures wandered slowly among blossoms. Ferris' little boat drifted lazily along the river. Mira had become no more than a small moss-green silhouette near the bridge entrance. Yet somehow, Elias did not feel farther away from them. He felt more deeply connected. Every step seemed to weave the places together rather than separate them. Ahead, the bridge widened into a circular resting place. There were no walls, only a broad stone terrace surrounded by flowering lantern trees. Several wooden benches curved gently around a quiet fountain. The water did not rise into the air. Instead, it flowed upward in slow spirals before returning silently to the basin below. Elias sat for a moment, not because he was tired, only because the place seemed to invite stillness. The fountain made no splashing sound. Its water moved almost silently, like breathing. As he watched, a tiny sparrow landed upon the fountain's edge. It dipped its beak once, then remained there, not drinking, simply resting. Moments later, another sparrow arrived, then another soon. Half a dozen tiny birds quietly shared the fountain together. None chased another away. None fought for space. When one finished, it simply stepped aside, making room for the next. Elias laughed softly to himself. Even the birds seemed to understand the bridge. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. They've always done that. Elias turned. An elderly woman sat quietly upon the far end of the curved bench. He was almost certain she had not been there a moment before. Her silver hair rested neatly beneath a simple cream-colored shawl. A small basket of freshly baked bread sat beside her. Warm steam still rose from beneath the folded cloth covering the loaves. She smiled kindly. You startled me. I've been here all morning. She chuckled. You simply hadn't noticed me yet. Elias laughed. That seems to happen often inside the library. It does. She broke a small piece of bread and placed it upon the stone beside the fountain. Almost immediately, one of the little sparrows hopped closer. It accepted the tiny offering, then flew back toward the others. The woman watched with quiet contentment. They never take more than they need. Elias looked toward the birds. They trust there will always be enough. So do I. She smiled. They've taught me well. For several peaceful minutes, neither of them spoke. They simply watched the birds come and go beneath the flowering lanterns. Finally, the woman looked toward Elias' blossom lantern. It has begun listening. Elias looked down. The keepers say that too. She nodded gently. They are right, but listening is only the beginning. What comes after? The woman looked toward the endless bridge, disappearing into the mist. One day, it will answer. Elias frowned slightly. The lantern, no. She smiled with quiet certainty. The bridge. Before Elias could ask another question, the woman slowly stood. She picked up her basket. One loaf remained upon the bench. You forgot your bread. Elias called after her. She looked back with gentle amusement. No, it's for whoever sits here next. She continued walking. Within only a few moments, the silver mist welcomed her completely. Elias remained seated. The warm loaf rested quietly beside him. Its comforting fragrance filled the peaceful air. He looked at it, then toward the empty path beyond. Perhaps someone else would arrive soon. He smiled and decided to leave it exactly where it was. Elias remained on the curved stone bench for a little while longer. The warm loaf of bread rested quietly beside him. Its gentle fragrance drifted through the peaceful morning air. No one came. No hurried footsteps approached. No distant voices called across the bridge. Only the soft breathing of blossoms, the quiet murmur of the fountain, and the occasional flutter of sparrows moving from one flowering branch to another. He thought about the woman. She had never asked whether another traveler would arrive. She had simply trusted that someone eventually would. Perhaps hope often looked exactly like that, preparing kindness before knowing who might need it. After some time, Elias rose and continued along the bridge. He deliberately left the loaf untouched. As he walked away, he resisted the urge to look back. Some gifts deserved to remain gifts. The bridge narrowed once more. The mist slowly lifted until the valley below became visible again. From this higher vantage point, Elias could now see places he had not noticed before. The river of returning light curved gracefully through the valley, like a ribbon of liquid silver. The gardens of quiet kindness shimmered beneath flowering trees. Far beyond them, the golden blossom tree glowed softly upon its tiny island. Its golden blossoms were visible even from this great distance, not bright enough to dominate the landscape, only enough to remind every traveler that quiet light never truly disappeared. As Elias admired the view, something unusual caught his attention. Small wooden wind wheels stood along both sides of the bridge, each no taller than his waist. Hundreds of them, perhaps more. They had been crafted from pale cedar wood, their delicate blades carved into the shape of blossom petals. Curiously, none of them turned, not one, even though the gentle morning breeze continued drifting across the bridge. Elias stopped beside the nearest one. He lightly touched one wooden petal. It remained perfectly still. He looked farther ahead. Every wind wheel waited in complete silence, almost as though they were listening for something more important than the wind. A familiar voice reached him from behind. "You've noticed them." Elias turned. The gray-haired musician he had seen earlier approached at an unhurried pace. The old wooden flute still rested comfortably across his shoulder. He smiled warmly. I was beginning to wonder when someone would ask. Elias returned the smile. I thought they were broken. The musician laughed softly. Everyone thinks that. He gently rested one hand upon the nearest wind wheel. They're not waiting for wind. What are they waiting for? The musician looked toward the endless bridge stretching ahead. A song. Elias blinked. A song. Not music. The old man shook his head. The song every traveler quietly leaves behind. Elias frowned thoughtfully. I don't understand. I know. The musician seemed pleased. Neither did I. He carefully lifted the wooden flute from his shoulder. I've walked this bridge for almost 40 years. I've played music beneath every season. I've watched thousands of travelers pass. And after all that time, he smiled gently. The bridge finally taught me something. He raised the flute to his lips. A single note drifted softly into the morning air. It was neither loud nor complicated, just one warm, gentle tone. The sound floated peacefully across the bridge, then slowly disappeared into the blossoms above. Nothing happened. The wind wheels remained perfectly still. The musician lowered the flute. You see, Elias nodded. They didn't move. They weren't listening to me. The old man looked toward Elias. They're listening to the people who cross. Elias glanced again at the silent wooden wheels. At first, he noticed nothing. Then, one tiny wheel nearest the edge of the bridge trembled, not because of the breeze, not because of music, only for the briefest instant. It completed a single slow turn, then became still once more. The musician smiled. There, you saw it. Elias nodded slowly. What made it move? The old man looked toward the path Elias had already walked that morning. The same thing that begins waking lanterns. He rested the flute once more upon his shoulder. A heart that has quietly learned to carry another's light. Without another word, the musician continued his peaceful walk across the bridge. The silent wind wheels remained waiting, patiently, as though they had all the time in the world. The little wooden wind wheel slowly came to rest. Its single graceful turn seemed almost impossible to believe. Had Elias not been watching it so carefully, he might have thought he had imagined it. The musician continued walking without looking back. His unhurried footsteps gradually disappeared into the quiet rhythm of the bridge. Once again, Elias found himself walking alone, yet the solitude no longer felt empty. It felt shared, as though every traveler who had ever crossed the bridge of blooming lanterns had quietly left behind a little courage for those who followed. The bridge continued gently upward until the valley below became hidden beneath drifting silver clouds. For the first time since beginning the crossing, Elias could no longer see the river of returning light, nor the gardens of quiet kindness, nor the golden blossom tree. Only the bridge remained. The world behind him had softly disappeared. The world ahead remained hidden. He smiled to himself. Perhaps this was what every meaningful journey eventually became. A place where neither yesterday nor tomorrow mattered very much. Only the next peaceful step. As he rounded another gentle curve, he noticed a long stone railing overlooking an endless sea of white clouds. The bridge seemed to float above them. There was no visible ground below, only slow-moving clouds touched with silver light. Tiny blossom petals drifted downward into their softness until they disappeared completely. Elias rested both hands upon the smooth stone railing. The silence here felt deeper than anywhere he had visited before, not because there was less sound, because there was less distraction. The bridge seemed to invite travelers to notice their own thoughts with the same kindness they had begun offering the world. A small wooden sign rested against the railing. Simple, weathered, almost hidden beneath flowering vines. It carried only 6 words. Look outward until you see inward. Elias quietly read the sentence again. Then again. It felt less like advice and more like something the bridge itself had learned over countless centuries. He remained there for several peaceful minutes, watching the clouds wander slowly beneath him. Eventually, a gentle sound interrupted the stillness. Soft laughter, not loud, not playful, comfortable, the kind of laughter shared between people who had known one another for many years. Elias followed the sound. Just beyond the next arch, 3 elderly travelers sat together around a small stone table. A simple teapot rested between them. So did 4 cups. Only 3 were being used. The 4th remained quietly waiting. One of the travelers noticed Elias almost immediately. A cheerful old woman with kind eyes smiled and lifted the untouched cup. We were wondering when someone might arrive. Elias laughed softly. You prepared tea for a stranger. The oldest man among them chuckled. We prepared tea for whoever needed it. There is a difference. The 3rd traveler carefully poured warm tea into the waiting cup without asking whether Elias intended to stay. No invitation was spoken. None seemed necessary. The empty chair already carried one. Elias accepted with a grateful smile. Thank you. The woman gently waved one hand. Someone did the same for us many years ago. So now, she looked around the peaceful table. We simply continue the tradition. The tea carried a familiar fragrance. Wild herbs, soft blossom honey. A quiet memory stirred within him. The tea house between seasons. He whispered almost unconsciously. All 3 travelers smiled. The oldest man nodded. Leora still believes every traveler leaves her tea house carrying more peace than they realize. Elias smiled warmly. She's probably right. The 4 of them shared their tea in comfortable silence. No one hurried to fill the quiet with conversation. No one asked where Elias had come from or where he hoped to go. The bridge seemed to have gently taught everyone the same lesson. Some companions needed stories. Others needed only presence. When the tea had grown pleasantly cool, Elias quietly stood. Thank you. The old woman smiled. Leave the 4th cup for someone else, Elias asked. She nodded. It has never stayed empty for long. Elias gently placed the cup back upon the stone table as he continued his journey across the bridge. He looked back only once. The 3 travelers were still smiling. The 4th chair still waited, patiently, as though kindness itself had quietly become part of the furniture. The warm fragrance of tea lingered gently as Elias continued onward. Behind him, the quiet laughter of the 3 elderly travelers slowly blended into the peaceful sounds of the bridge. He found himself smiling, not because anything extraordinary had happened, but because nothing extraordinary had been needed. Perhaps that was becoming the hidden library's greatest lesson. The bridge curved gracefully toward a higher ridge, where the lanterns hung closer together than before. Here, their gentle glass bodies reflected one another, until the entire bridge shimmered with thousands of tiny echoes of light. The morning had quietly given way to afternoon. Golden sunlight filtered through drifting blossoms, painting soft patterns across the ancient stone beneath his feet. Elias noticed something new. Every so often, travelers would pause beneath a lantern, not to pray, not to ask for anything, simply to stand there for a moment. Some smiled, some closed their eyes, others quietly continued on without speaking a single word. None of the lanterns awakened, yet every traveler left looking just a little lighter than before. Curious, Elias approached one of the lanterns himself. It was beautifully simple. Its brass frame carried the gentle marks of many seasons. Within its glass, a single unopened blossom rested peacefully. Beneath it hung another small plaque. Someone believed another chance was possible. He quietly repeated the words to himself. Another chance. How many lives, he wondered, had changed because one person refused to believe that hope had ended? Without thinking, he gently rested his hand against the cool brass. Nothing happened. No glow, no magic, only stillness. Yet, he found himself remembering someone from years ago, a traveler who had accidentally damaged one of the library's oldest books. The young man had been terrified, certain he would be sent away forever. Instead, the elder librarian had simply smiled. Books are repaired every day, he had said. Hearts should be treated with the same patience. The memory warmed Elias more deeply than the afternoon sun. He had not thought about that moment in years. Yet somehow, the bridge had quietly returned it to him. He stepped back. The lantern remained asleep, but inside the blossom lantern, resting against his side, one unopened flower slowly unfurled a single delicate petal. Only one, so gently that Elias almost missed it. He looked down in surprise. The blossom did not fully open. It simply breathed, then rested once more. Elias smiled. So, he whispered, "You've been listening too." A gentle breeze wandered beneath the bridge. This time, several wooden wind wheels turned together. Only once, only slowly, like old friends quietly nodding to one another. Elias looked around. No one else seemed to notice. Farther ahead, the bridge widened again. This resting place was different from the others. There were no benches, no fountain, no tea. Instead, hundreds of empty wooden frames stood beneath flowering branches. Large frames, small frames, round, square, oval, each one beautifully crafted. Yet none held paintings, none held mirrors, only open space. The afternoon breeze drifted freely through them. At first, Elias could make no sense of them. Then he noticed an inscription carved into the first frame. The heart remembers differently than the eyes. He slowly walked among the empty frames. Each carried a different sentence. Some beauty cannot be painted. Some moments become complete only after they have passed. What you carry home is never what you first expected to find. Elias stopped in the center of the quiet grove. He looked through one empty frame toward the endless bridge stretching into the silver distance. Suddenly, the view seemed different, not because the bridge had changed, because he had, for the first time since beginning the crossing, he realized he was no longer searching for the bridge to awaken. He had stopped waiting for the next miracle. Instead, he had begun noticing the quiet miracles that had been surrounding him all along. Above him, a blossom gently detached from one sleeping lantern. It floated silently through one empty wooden frame before continuing peacefully toward the clouds below. No one had arranged it. No one had planned it. Yet somehow, it felt exactly like the picture the frame had been waiting to hold. The blossom continued drifting beyond the empty wooden frame. It did not hurry toward the valley below. Instead, it floated as though the bridge itself had gently asked it to linger a little longer. Elias remained standing among the silent frames. He slowly walked to another one. This time, instead of looking through it toward the bridge, he looked back. Far behind him, the path he had already traveled stretched quietly beneath thousands of lanterns. The tea table, the resting fountain, the silent wind wheels, they were all still there. Yet somehow, they no longer felt like separate places. They felt like chapters of the same conversation. He smiled. Perhaps that was why the library never rushed its travelers. Every lesson quietly prepared the next one. A familiar sound interrupted his thoughts. Footsteps, not the mysterious footsteps he had heard that morning. These were lighter, more energetic. Elias turned. A young woman was slowly approaching, carrying 2 woven baskets balanced carefully across her shoulders. They were filled with tiny, folded paper cranes. Hundreds of them. Every crane had been folded from different colored paper. Cream, soft blue, pale green, gentle gold. The woman smiled warmly as she noticed Elias admiring them. They are lighter than they look. Elias laughed softly. I was wondering, She carefully lowered the baskets onto the stone path. They usually make people curious. What are they for? She picked up one tiny crane and held it carefully between her fingertips. Encouragement. Elias looked at the little bird. For children, for everyone. She smiled. Every traveler crossing the bridge may take one. Only one. She nodded. If someone needs two, they quietly leave the second one for another traveler. Elias smiled. The bridge seems to enjoy sharing. It insists upon it. The woman laughed gently. She held out one small paper crane. Its wings had been folded with remarkable care. Tiny blossom patterns decorated the paper. There are no instructions, no rules, no hidden magic. What should I do with it? She looked toward the endless bridge. Whatever kindness asks of you. Elias accepted the tiny crane with both hands. It weighed almost nothing, yet somehow it felt important. He carefully tucked it inside the same pocket that held Mira's traveler's blossom. The woman seemed pleased. They'll keep each other company. Elias smiled. I hadn't thought of that. Most people don't. She gently lifted the baskets once more. Objects become lonely too. With that, she continued her peaceful walk along the bridge, stopping every so often whenever another traveler approached, never offering a crane, only waiting. If someone noticed them, they were welcome to take one. If not, she simply smiled and continued onward. No disappointment, no persuasion, only quiet generosity. Elias watched until she disappeared beneath another arch. He reached into his pocket and lightly touched the folded paper crane. Then the little travelers blossomed beside it. Neither object possessed great magic. Neither glowed. Neither whispered ancient secrets. Yet together, they reminded him of something simple. Not every gift changed the world. Some gifts simply changed the way one person walked through it. As the afternoon quietly deepened, the bridge gradually began descending once more. Far ahead, beyond the drifting silver mist, Elias thought he saw something impossible. One lantern, only one, not glowing, but blooming. Its blossoms had begun opening ever so slightly, so gently that he could not be certain whether it was truly happening or whether the bridge had simply learned another beautiful way of inviting patience. The single blooming lantern remained far ahead, so distant that Elias could not tell whether he had truly seen its blossoms opening or whether hope itself had quietly painted the image across the afternoon light. He continued walking, not faster, not slower, exactly as before. The bridge seemed pleased by unhurried footsteps. As the afternoon gently faded toward evening, the light around him began changing. The warm gold of day slowly softened into silver once more. One by one, tiny stars appeared above the endless arches. Below, the valley disappeared beneath a blanket of glowing mist. It felt as though the bridge no longer belonged to the earth, nor entirely to the sky. It rested peacefully between both. Ahead, the path widened into one final resting place before the bridge disappeared into another veil of silver clouds. Unlike every place Elias had visited so far, this one contained almost nothing. No benches, no fountain, no lantern trees, only a single stone circle open to the evening sky. At its center stood an ancient sundial, yet there was no sun. Instead of casting a shadow, the sundial reflected moonlight. Its silver light slowly moved across delicate carvings, etched into the surrounding stone. Elias stepped closer. Around the edge of the circle, dozens of tiny phrases had been carved over countless generations. Not all were easy to read. Time had gently softened many of the letters. Still, a few remained perfectly clear. Do not hurry the heart. Another. Every season arrives exactly once. Another. Patience is simply hope that has learned to breathe slowly. Elias smiled. That last sentence lingered with him. He quietly repeated it. Patience is simply hope that has learned to breathe slowly. For reasons he could not explain, it felt as though the bridge itself had spoken. He rested one hand upon the cool stone of the sundial. The silver light continued moving almost imperceptibly across its surface. Then, without warning, the mysterious footsteps returned. Not ahead this time. Beside him, one step, another, gentle, measured. He slowly turned. No one stood within the stone circle. Only moonlight, only blossoms drifting through the evening air. The footsteps stopped. Complete silence returned. Then, very softly, a warm voice spoke, not from behind him, not before him, from everywhere. Keep walking. Only 3 words, calm, gentle, almost familiar. Before Elias could answer, the voice disappeared like the last note of a distant melody. He stood quietly beneath the evening sky. There was no fear, no surprise, only an unexpected feeling of reassurance. Whoever had spoken had not interrupted the silence. They had become part of it. The blossom lantern resting at his side answered with the faintest pulse of warmth, not bright enough to light the path, only enough to remind him he was exactly where he was meant to be. Elias smiled softly, then, without asking asking another question. He took another peaceful step across the bridge of blooming lanterns, and the evening quietly walked with him. The gentle voice faded into the evening. Keep walking. 3 simple words. Nothing more. Yet Elias carried them with him, as though they had been carefully placed inside his heart, rather than spoken into the air. The bridge stretched onward beneath the rising moon. The silver mist had grown softer now, no longer hiding the path, but wrapping it in quiet wonder. Every few steps, the blossom lantern resting at his side answered with a faint pulse of warmth, not guiding him, only accompanying him. It reminded Elias of walking beside an old friend who never needed to speak. Far ahead, the single blooming lantern was still visible. Closer now, its blossoms had opened just enough for their pale golden petals to catch the moonlight. It was still only one lantern among thousands, yet somehow its quiet courage seemed enough to soften the silence surrounding every other sleeping light. Elias smiled hope. He realized never needed to be loud. As he continued, the bridge became strangely peaceful. There were no travelers nearby, no conversations, no footsteps except his own. Even the blossoms drifting through the air seemed fewer now. The bridge was inviting him into a quieter kind of listening. Then he noticed something unusual beside the stone railing. An old traveling cloak, folded neatly. Its fabric had faded from many seasons beneath the open sky. Beside it rested a sturdy wooden walking staff. Neither appeared abandoned, only waiting. There was no sign explaining them, no plaque, no lantern overhead, only a tiny handwritten note tucked beneath the folded cloak. Elias carefully unfolded it. The handwriting was gentle, almost shaky with age. It read, "If the wind has become cold, please borrow these. Leave them when your own strength has returned. Nothing else, no name, no request that they be returned to the same place. Only trust." Elias looked around. The bridge remained completely empty. Someone had left behind comfort. For a stranger, they would almost certainly never meet. He gently folded the note once more and placed it exactly where it had been. The cloak remained untouched. The walking staff remained leaning patiently against the railing. Perhaps another traveler would need them tonight. Perhaps not. The kindness had already been completed. It no longer depended upon being accepted. Elias continued walking. The image stayed with him, not because of the cloak, not because of the staff, but because of the quiet confidence hidden inside that simple note, trusting goodness without ever knowing its destination. The bridge curved gently beneath another graceful arch. The blooming lantern now hung only a short distance ahead. Its blossoms had opened a little farther. Soft golden petals rested peacefully inside the glass. No brilliant light poured from it, only a warm glow, gentle enough that it never disturbed the moonlight around it. Elias stopped beneath the lantern. He looked up. The tiny plaque beneath, it carried only one sentence. Someone chose to become shelter. He quietly repeated the words. To become shelter, not merely to offer help, not simply to solve a problem, but to become a place where another heart could rest. His thoughts returned to Rowan, to Leora, to Ferris, to Mira. Each of them had become shelter in different ways. Perhaps that was why the hidden library had chosen them, not because they possessed extraordinary magic, but because weary travelers became lighter simply by walking beside them. Elias stood beneath the softly blooming lantern for a long time. Above him, thousands of sleeping lanterns remained peaceful. Yet now, one no longer slept, and somehow its quiet awakening made the waiting of all the others feel even more beautiful. Elias remained beneath the blooming lantern until the moon climbed a little higher above the bridge. The quiet glow surrounding its blossoms never grew brighter. It simply remained constant, gentle, faithful, enough to comfort the darkness without trying to replace it. He finally continued walking. This time, his footsteps sounded different, not louder, not softer, only steadier, as though every lesson the bridge had quietly offered was beginning to settle into the rhythm of his journey. The path slowly descended beneath another graceful arch. The silver mist ahead began thinning once more. Shapes slowly emerged beyond it. At first, only silhouettes, then the outline of another stone terrace. It was larger than any resting place Elias had yet encountered. Flowering lantern trees surrounded its edges. Moonlight rested softly upon polished white stone. At its center stood something unlike anything else upon the bridge, an enormous circular mosaic. Thousands upon thousands of tiny colored stones had been carefully placed together, not to create a picture, but a pattern. From above, it resembled the petals of an opening blossom. Every pathway Elias had walked that day seemed somehow represented within it. The river, the gardens, the wind wheels, the empty frames, the tea table, each quietly connected by flowing lines that eventually met at the center. Elias slowly walked onto the mosaic. For a moment, he simply stood there. The bridge had not been leading him from one place to another. It had been weaving every lesson together. Nothing had been separate. Everything belonged. A quiet realization settled over him. The hidden library never taught wisdom in pieces. It taught it like a garden, one flower at a time, until eventually the traveler discovered they had been standing inside the whole landscape all along. A soft movement caught his attention. Near the edge of the terrace, a young boy sat quietly upon the stone floor, perhaps 10 years old. He held a tiny lantern in both hands. Its blossom remained tightly closed. The child stared at it thoughtfully, not sadly, only patiently. Elias approached with gentle steps. "That's a beautiful lantern." The boy looked up and smiled. "My grandmother gave it to me. It hasn't bloomed yet." The boy shook his head. "No. Are you waiting?" "A little." He looked lovingly at the lantern. "But grandmother said waiting isn't the same as doing nothing." Elias smiled. What did she mean? The boy thought carefully before answering. She said, "While the lantern is waiting, I should become the kind of person it would want to bloom for." Silence settled gently across the terrace. Elias felt those simple words reach deeper than he expected. Children, he thought, sometimes carried wisdom that adults spent entire lifetimes trying to rediscover. The boy carefully stood. "I should keep walking. My grandmother says bridges don't like people standing still forever." He gave Elias a cheerful wave, then continued down the moonlit path. His tiny lantern remained peacefully asleep, yet somehow it already seemed beautiful enough. Elias watched until the little traveler disappeared beneath the next arch. Then he looked once more at the great blossom mosaic beneath his feet. His own blossom lantern rested quietly against his cloak. Warm, peaceful, patient. For the first time, he realized something that made him smile. Perhaps the bridge had never been waiting for lanterns to bloom. Perhaps it had always been waiting for travelers to understand why they bloomed at all. The young boy's footsteps gradually disappeared into the moonlit distance. His little lantern remained peacefully asleep, yet the bridge somehow felt brighter after he had passed, not because another lantern had bloomed, but because another heart had quietly chosen patience. Elias remained standing upon the great blossom mosaic. He slowly looked upward. From here, the countless lanterns hanging above the bridge resembled a sky of gentle stars, each one carrying a story, each one patiently waiting, none competing with another, none wishing to bloom before their time, only trusting that when their moment arrived, it would arrive naturally. The realization brought a deep sense of peace. for so much of life. People hurried toward becoming, yet everything inside the hidden library seemed to whisper the opposite. Become slowly, become gently, become honestly. Only then would the light remain. A cool evening breeze drifted across the bridge. The blossoms above responded with their familiar whisper. This time, Elias no longer heard only flowers moving in the wind. He almost imagined they were quietly speaking to one another. Thousands of tiny conversations, too gentle for ordinary ears. Suddenly, his blossom lantern gave another soft pulse of warmth. He looked down. One more blossom inside had unfolded, only slightly. 2 blossoms now rested partially open, still peaceful, still incomplete, yet undeniably changing. Elias smiled. So, he whispered, "We're both learning." He continued along the bridge. The path now began descending more noticeably. Far below, the silver clouds slowly parted. For the first time since beginning the crossing, the opposite side of the bridge became visible. Not clearly, only enough to reveal the outline of another valley. Unlike the valley of blooming lanterns, this landscape shimmered with countless tiny reflections. Moonlight danced everywhere, upon streams, upon leaves, upon distant hills. The entire valley seemed woven from quiet silver. Elias slowed. A familiar feeling stirred within him. Not recognition, expectation. The bridge was gently preparing him for somewhere new, not by revealing everything, only enough to awaken wonder. As he rounded one final graceful curve, he noticed something standing beside the path. It was not another lantern, nor another traveler. It was an empty wooden signpost, beautifully carved, freshly polished. Its arrow pointed toward the valley ahead, yet nothing had been written upon it. No destination, no name, only blank wood waiting beneath the moonlight. Elias laughed softly. The library hasn't decided yet. A gentle breeze passed through the blossoms. One tiny golden petal drifted downward. It landed quietly upon the smooth wooden arrow. For just a heartbeat, the blank wood shimmered. Then, very slowly, letters began appearing, not carved by tools, not painted by hands. They emerged like morning light, spreading across still water. Elias watched in complete silence. One word formed, then another. Finally, the sign became still. It now read, "The meadow where Starlight rested Elias stood motionless." A smile slowly spread across his face, not because he had discovered the next destination, but because the library had chosen the moment to reveal it. It had waited until he was ready to receive the invitation. Far behind him, the bridge of blooming lanterns rested peacefully beneath the moon. Ahead, a new valley quietly welcomed him. Between them, the blossom lantern glowed with a warmth deeper than ever before, not announcing the end of a journey, but gently celebrating the beginning of another. Elias stood before the sign for a long time. The meadow where Starlight rested. The words did not feel like directions. They felt like an invitation, not one that demanded an answer, only one that patiently waited. He gently rested his fingertips against the smooth wooden signpost. The fresh letters no longer shimmered. They had become part of the wood itself, as though the destination had always existed. The library had simply chosen this moment to reveal it. A peaceful voice interrupted his thoughts. "You've reached the end of your first crossing." Elias turned. Mira stood quietly a short distance behind him. Moonlight rested softly upon her emerald cloak. She smiled with the calm warmth he had come to recognize. "You were here all along." She laughed gently. "No, I arrived only a few moments ago. The bridge knew when to call me." Elias looked back toward the endless path behind him. "It doesn't feel as though I've walked very far." Mira nodded. "That's because you haven't measured your journey in distance anymore." She stepped beside him, only in understanding. Together, they looked back across the magnificent bridge of blooming lanterns. The arches stretched gracefully into the silver night. Thousands upon thousands of lanterns still rested peacefully overhead. Almost all remained asleep. Almost. Mira quietly raised one hand. "Look carefully." Elias followed her gaze. Near the middle of the bridge, far behind them, one lantern glowed. Farther away, a second then. Much farther still, a third. None shone brightly. None illuminated the bridge. They simply rested with quiet golden warmth among the countless sleeping lanterns. Elias smiled. "There are 3 now. They're waking." Mira gently shook her head. "No, they are remembering." Those words settled softly into the evening. The bridge has never forgotten how to bloom. It has only been waiting for the world to remember why. A comfortable silence followed. The moon climbed higher above the hidden library. Below, the river of returning light shimmered peacefully through the valley. Beyond, the golden blossom tree glowed like a quiet sunrise, resting inside the night. Every place Elias had visited seemed connected now, not by roads, not by maps, but by kindness, quietly carried from one heart to another. Mira looked toward the newly revealed signpost. The meadow where Starlight rested has been waiting." Elias smiled. "I don't think it was waiting for me." She looked at him knowingly. "No, it was waiting for the person you've become." For a moment, neither of them spoke. There was nothing left to explain, only something beautiful to continue. Elias adjusted the strap of his satchel. The traveler's blossom rested safely inside his cloak. Beside it, the folded paper crane. At his side, the blossom lantern glowed with a warmth that felt wonderfully familiar, not because the journey had ended, but because he now understood something the bridge had quietly been teaching from the very first step. No traveler crossed it alone. Every act of kindness, every quiet word, every patient heart, every unseen sacrifice became another lantern for those still walking behind. The hidden library did not ask its travelers to become extraordinary. It simply invited them to leave the path a little brighter than they had found it. Together, Elias and Mira took their first steps toward the moonlit valley beyond the bridge. Behind them, 3 lanterns glowed peacefully beneath the endless blossoms. Ahead, countless stars rested gently upon the waiting meadow, and somewhere deep within the hidden library, another quiet story had already begun listening. The first stars were already waiting, not above the valley. Within it, Elias paused at the crest of the final hill. Beside him, Mira stood quietly, allowing him to take in the view without interruption. Below them stretched the meadow where Starlight rested. It seemed almost impossible. The meadow itself was woven from long silver grasses that swayed without wind. Across its gentle hills, thousands of tiny stars rested among the blades, not reflected, not floating, resting. Each one glowed with a soft, silver-white light, no brighter than a candle seen through morning mist. Together, they transformed the entire valley into something that resembled the night sky gently laid upon the earth. A narrow stream wandered peacefully through the meadow. Its waters reflected neither moon nor stars. Instead, the little stars resting among the grass reflected themselves. The stream carried their quiet light without disturbing it. Elias found himself whispering, "They are alive." Mira smiled. In their own way, neither hurried down the hillside. Some landscapes, she knew, should never be entered quickly. The path wound gently between flowering shrubs covered with pale blue blossoms. Unlike every flower Elias had encountered before, these blossoms slowly opened whenever a traveler passed nearby, then quietly closed again after they had gone, almost as though offering a silent greeting. Elias noticed one blossom brushing lightly against his sleeve. Its petals shimmered briefly, then settled. "It welcomed you," Mira said softly. Elias smiled. "I think I'm beginning to notice these things." "You are." She looked toward the valley. "The library speaks very quietly. The longer someone stays, the easier it becomes to hear." They reached the meadow floor. Immediately, Elias noticed something extraordinary. The tiny resting stars were not scattered randomly. They formed gentle constellations beneath the grass, invisible from nearby. Only when viewed from certain angles did delicate patterns slowly appear. Animals, trees, bridges, lanterns, entire stories seemed quietly sleeping beneath the meadow. No two steps revealed exactly the same picture. The valley invited wandering rather than searching. Elias slowly knelt beside one tiny resting star. It looked almost like a dewdrop touched by moonlight. He reached toward it, then paused, not from uncertainty, from respect. Mira noticed. "You don't have to be afraid." "I'm not." He smiled gently. "I've simply learned that not everything beautiful asks to be touched." For the first time since they had met, Mira laughed aloud. The sound was soft, warm, completely unguarded. "I think Rowan would have liked hearing that." Elias laughed with her. "I think Ferris would have smiled, and Leora would have made tea." They both laughed quietly together. The laughter drifted gently across the meadow. It was so light, so effortless, that several tiny resting stars nearby shimmered ever so slightly. Not brighter, simply happier. Elias noticed. So they really are listening. Mira looked across the valley with affectionate familiarity. They always have. She bent down beside one of the little stars. Long ago, people believed these were pieces of the night sky that had fallen to earth. She gently shook her head. They were wrong. Elias looked at her curiously. "What are they?" Mira rested one fingertip just above the tiny light without touching it. "They're not fallen stars." She smiled. "They are wishes that no longer belong to only one person." The words settled quietly between them. Elias looked across the endless meadow once again. Thousands upon thousands of tiny lights rested peacefully among the silver grass, not waiting to be granted, not waiting to be found, simply waiting to be shared. And somehow that made the entire valley feel warmer than any place he had yet visited within the hidden library. Elias slowly looked across the silver meadow once again. "Wishes," he repeated quietly, "that no longer belong to only one person." Mira nodded. When someone makes a wish only for themselves, it rises. She gently pointed toward the sky. When someone makes a wish that quietly includes others, she lowered her hand toward the meadow. It rests. Elias looked around. So every light here once belonged to someone. It still does. Mira smiled. It simply belongs to many people now. The thought lingered gently within him. Perhaps the most beautiful hopes were never meant to remain private. A soft breeze wandered through the meadow. This time, the silver grasses leaned together in slow, graceful waves. As they moved, the tiny resting stars beneath them shimmered one after another, not randomly. Like breathing, an entire hillside slowly brightened, then gently dimmed. Another followed, then another. The valley itself seemed to inhale, then exhale. Elias watched in quiet amazement. It's alive. Mira smiled. The meadow sleeps, but even while sleeping, it dreams. He looked toward her. What does it dream about? She laughed softly. I don't know. No keeper has ever asked. They simply let it dream. They continued walking along the winding path. Unlike the bridge, there were almost no signs here. No carved lessons. No lantern plaques. The valley offered very little explanation. It seemed content to let travelers discover their own meanings. After some time, they reached a small wooden footbridge crossing the quiet stream. Halfway across, Elias stopped. Tiny silver fish drifted lazily beneath the crystal water. Each carried a faint glow beneath its scales. As they swam, the stars resting beneath the stream slowly shifted aside to make room for them. Nothing collided. Nothing hurried. Everything quietly made space for everything else. He smiled. They're helping each other. Mira rested her hands upon the bridge railing. Everything here does. Elias remained watching the water. Then something unexpected happened. A tiny silver leaf drifted downstream. It became caught beneath a smooth stone near the center of the stream. The current tugged gently. The leaf remained trapped. One of the glowing fish noticed. Instead of swimming around it, the little fish nudged the leaf. Once, nothing happened. It nudged again. Then another fish joined. Then another. Together, the three tiny creatures gently lifted the leaf free. It continued drifting peacefully downstream. Within moments, the little fish quietly returned to their own gentle journeys. No celebration, no reward, simply the next kind thing. Elias laughed quietly. They didn't have to do that. No, Mira answered. They wanted to. The two of them continued walking. Neither spoke for several minutes. There was nothing left to explain. The stream had already done so. Farther ahead, the meadow opened into a wide clearing. At its center stood something so unusual that Elias stopped immediately. Hundreds of empty swings hung beneath the branches of enormous silver willow trees. No playground, no children, only swings, every one moving gently, though there was no wind at all. Back and forth, slowly, peacefully almost, as though unseen travelers still rested there. The sight was strangely comforting rather than mysterious. The empty swings creaked with the quiet rhythm of an old lullaby. Elias whispered, "Who uses them?" Mira's smile became wonderfully gentle. "Everyone." He looked around, but there's no one here. There doesn't need to be. She stepped toward the nearest swing. It slowed, then came quietly to rest before her. She touched the worn wooden seat with great affection. When someone finally lays down a burden they've carried for a very long time. She looked toward Elias. The meadow remembers. Her fingers left the swing without anyone sitting upon it. The gentle motion slowly began again. Back and forth, back and forth, like someone peacefully rocking beneath the evening stars. Elias stood completely still, listening. The quiet creaking of hundreds of empty swings filled the meadow. Somehow, it sounded exactly like peace learning how to breathe. The gentle rhythm of the empty swings continued. Back and forth, back and forth. Not a single swing moved faster than another. No two followed exactly the same rhythm. Yet together, they created a quiet harmony that settled gently across the meadow. Elias listened. The sound reminded him of something. Not words, not music, a memory. Very long ago, on a rainy afternoon, before he had ever discovered the hidden library, his mother had sat beside an open window, quietly rocking in an old wooden chair while reading a book. She had not been speaking. She had simply been there. The room had felt completely safe. He had forgotten that afternoon. Or perhaps he had only believed he had. The meadow had remembered it for him. Mira noticed the gentle smile upon his face. "You remembered someone." Elias looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" She lightly touched the nearest swing. The meadow doesn't return memories. It simply creates enough peace for them to find their own way home. He looked once more across the hundreds of quietly moving swings. So every traveler remembers something different. Yes, no two journeys through this valley are ever the same. They slowly continued walking beneath the silver willow trees. The branches hung so low that they formed gentle curtains of shimmering leaves around the winding path. Moonlight filtered through them in soft ribbons. Tiny resting stars nestled among the tree roots. The entire grove seemed wrapped in a comforting silence. As they walked, Elias noticed something tied to one of the willow branches, a simple length of pale blue ribbon. Then another, and another. Soon, he realized hundreds of ribbons hung quietly throughout the grove. Some were new, some had faded, almost white with time. They moved gently whenever the branches swayed. No names had been written upon them, no messages, only quiet ribbons dancing beneath the moonlight. What are they? Mira smiled. Promises. Elias looked more closely. To whom? She considered the question. Sometimes to someone else, sometimes to themselves. She gently touched one faded ribbon. No keeper reads them. No traveler asks. The promise belongs only to the heart that tied it. Elias nodded thoughtfully. That felt right. Some promises grew stronger when left quietly alone. As they left the willow grove, the valley opened once more. The silver grass stretched endlessly beneath the moon. Far ahead, a lone figure stood quietly upon a small hill, too distant to recognize. The traveler appeared neither old nor young, neither man nor woman. They simply stood looking toward the sky, perfectly still, almost as though listening to the stars themselves. Elias instinctively began walking toward them. Mira gently placed a hand upon his arm. No, he stopped. They wished to be alone. She nodded. Some conversations happen best without witnesses. They quietly changed direction. The distant traveler never turned, never moved. The meadow protected solitude just as carefully as it protected kindness. Elias admired that. Not every silence needed company. Not every peaceful moment needed to be shared. A little farther on, the path crossed another gentle rise. From its crest, Elias saw something that made him stop once again. Countless tiny stars had gathered together in the grass below. Not scattered this time. They formed a perfect circle. At its center, one single star shone, just a little brighter than all the others. Not enough to dominate, only enough to gently gather the surrounding light around itself. Elias whispered, "They look like they're keeping it company." Mira smiled warmly. "They are. Why?" She looked at the quiet circle with deep affection. "Sometimes," she said softly, "even hope needs friends." The words drifted into the silver night. Around them, the meadow continued dreaming, and somewhere among the resting stars, it seemed as though the entire valley smiled without making a sound. The circle of resting stars remained perfectly still, each tiny light surrounded the brighter one with quiet devotion. No star tried to outshine another. No light competed for attention. Together, they transformed the little hillside into something resembling a family gathered around a gentle fire. Elias continued looking at them. They are protecting it. Mira nodded, perhaps. Or perhaps they are reminding it that even the brightest hope should never carry its journey alone. Elias smiled. The bridge had taught him about carrying another's light. The meadow seemed to be teaching him how to receive it. They quietly continued walking. The silver grasses grew taller here, almost reaching Elias' waist. As they brushed gently against one another, they produced the faintest whispering sound. Not words, only soft music born from movement itself. For several peaceful minutes, neither Elias nor Mira spoke. The meadow seemed content to tell its own story. Eventually, the path descended toward a small clearing, unlike any they had yet visited. At its center rested a single stone bench, simple, smooth, untouched by carvings. Beside it stood an ancient silver oak. Its enormous branches stretched across nearly the entire clearing. Unlike the willow trees, its leaves shimmered like polished starlight. One by one, tiny silver leaves drifted gently from its branches. They never reached the ground. Before touching the earth, each leaf dissolved into countless tiny points of light. The little lights settled quietly among the meadow grass, becoming new resting stars. Elias stopped in amazement. They are becoming. Mira smiled. Yes, the meadow is always growing. He watched another leaf complete its silent transformation. So every resting star began as one of these. Long ago, she nodded, but no one knows how long. The oak had clearly stood here for ages, beyond memory. Its trunk was wider than an entire cottage. Its roots disappeared deep beneath the silver meadow. Elias slowly approached. Resting against the bark, he noticed something unexpected. A walking stick, simple ash wood, beautifully worn smooth by many years of gentle hands. He recognized it immediately. Ferris. Elias looked around. The old keeper was nowhere to be seen. Only the walking stick remained beneath the tree. He was here. Mira smiled. He often visits. Where is he now? She gently shrugged. The river needed him. Elias smiled to himself. It somehow seemed perfectly natural. Ferris never stayed longer than necessary. He always appeared where quiet kindness was needed, then continued on. Elias looked once more at the old walking stick. He suddenly remembered the traveler who had left behind a cloak for strangers upon the bridge, and the woman who had left fresh bread, and the travelers who always kept one empty chair waiting. No one here seemed interested in ownership. Everything quietly became available to whoever needed it next. The realization filled him with unexpected warmth. The hidden library had never asked, "What belongs to you?" It always seemed to ask, "What comfort can continue after you've gone?" A gentle breeze wandered through the silver oak. Hundreds of shimmering leaves drifted downward together. The clearing filled with slow-moving stars. For a few breathtaking moments, it felt as though the night sky itself had descended into the meadow. Tiny lights floated peacefully around Elias and Mira. One little star settled upon Elias' shoulder. He remained perfectly still. It rested there for only a heartbeat, then quietly drifted back into the silver grass. Mira smiled. "It likes you." Elias laughed softly. "I hope I didn't disappoint it." "You didn't." She looked toward the endless meadow beyond. "They're very good judges of gentle hearts." The silver oak continued releasing its quiet constellation. Above them, the stars shone peacefully across the heavens. Below them, the meadow patiently gathered new ones. And for the first time, Elias wondered whether there had ever truly been a difference between the sky above and the hope quietly resting beneath his feet. The tiny star disappeared into the silver grass. Its gentle glow blended so perfectly with the countless others that Elias could no longer tell which one had rested upon his shoulder. He smiled. Perhaps that was the meadow's way. No single kindness wished to be remembered for itself. It simply wished to become part of something larger. They quietly left the great silver oak behind. The path narrowed once more, winding through gentle hills where the silver grasses grew shorter. The moon had climbed higher now. Its pale light rested softly upon every blade, every flower, every tiny star. The entire valley seemed wrapped in peaceful stillness. After a while, Elias noticed small circles of smooth white stones scattered throughout the meadow. Some circles held only 3 stones, others perhaps 7. None were large. Each surrounded a single resting star. "What are they?" he asked. Mira slowed beside the nearest circle. "They are called quiet circles." Elias knelt beside one. The stones had clearly been placed by careful hands. None were identical, yet together they formed a perfect ring. "They are beautiful. They are unfinished," Mira replied gently. Elias looked at her. "Unfinished?" She nodded. "No traveler ever completes one." He frowned slightly, "But I only place 1 stone." She smiled. "The next traveler places another, and another." and another, until one day, the circle quietly becomes complete. Elias looked around. Hundreds of little circles rested throughout the valley, some almost finished, some only beginning. No one could possibly know who had placed the first stone, or the last. He found that strangely comforting. The meadow celebrated things that belonged to everyone, not accomplishments that belonged to one person. Mira carefully picked up a smooth white stone resting beside the path. She handed it to Elias. "This one's yours." He turned it slowly in his hand. It was cool, perfectly smooth, simple, without decoration, without writing, without meaning, until someone chose one. They walked quietly until they found a small circle containing 6 stones. Only one space remained. Mira stopped. She said nothing. She didn't need to. Elias understood. He knelt. With slow, careful hands, he placed the little white stone into the final empty space. The circle became complete. Nothing extraordinary happened. No light burst from the ground. No music echoed across the valley. Only the tiny resting star at the center shimmered once, softly, like a peaceful sigh. Then it became still again. Elias smiled. That was enough. Mira looked at the completed circle with quiet affection. It always is. As they stood, a young traveler approached from the opposite direction, perhaps 16 years old. She carried a small cloth satchel across one shoulder. Without speaking, she smiled politely as she passed. Then she paused beside another unfinished circle farther along the path. She reached into her satchel, removed a single smooth white stone, placed it gently into the waiting space, then continued walking without looking back. Elias watched until she disappeared among the silver hills. She didn't even stop to admire it. Mira smiled. She wasn't building it for herself. Silence settled gently between them. The lesson needed nothing more. They continued deeper into the meadow. Ahead, the valley gradually became quieter still. Even the whispering grasses seemed to soften. Far in the distance, a faint silver glow shimmered beyond the next hill, not bright enough to reveal its source, only enough to awaken curiosity. Elias noticed it immediately. "What is that?" Mira followed his gaze. Her gentle smile returned. "I wondered when you'd notice." She looked toward the distant silver glow with unmistakable fondness. "That," she said softly, "is where the oldest wish in the meadow still rests." The words lingered quietly beneath the moonlight. For reasons Elias could not explain, his heart gently quickened, not with excitement, with reverence. Without another word, the two travelers quietly began walking toward toward the ancient silver light waiting beyond the hill. The silver glow remained hidden beyond the gentle rise. It never grew brighter, only nearer. Elias found himself slowing his pace without realizing it, not because he wished to delay, because some destinations, he had learned, deserved to be approached gently. The meadow seemed to understand. Even the winding path became softer beneath his feet. The silver grasses grew lower. The resting stars became fewer, as though the valley itself were quietly making room for something older, something deeply treasured. For several peaceful minutes, neither Elias nor Mira spoke. Silence had become another companion on their journey. Eventually, the path reached the top of the final hill. Elias stopped. Before him lay a small hollow, embraced by gentle slopes. It was far simpler than he had imagined. No magnificent temple, no towering tree, no ancient monument, only a single pool of perfectly still water, round, clear, no larger than a quiet village pond. Moonlight rested upon its surface without creating a single ripple. Around the edge of the pool, thousands of tiny resting stars gathered in complete silence. Unlike every other place in the meadow, none of them shimmered, none moved. They simply watched, almost as though they were quietly keeping vigil. At the very center of the still water, one solitary silver light rested, not floating, not submerged, simply existing. Its glow was unlike any other star Elias had seen, gentle enough to comfort, old enough to feel timeless. He whispered almost instinctively, "Is that?" Mira nodded before he finished. The first wish. The words carried no drama, only reverence. Elias remained silent. He had expected stories, legends, perhaps even explanations. Instead, the quiet pool seemed complete without any of them. After a long while, he finally asked, "Who made it?" Mira smiled softly. "No one remembers, and no one tries." He looked at her curiously. "Why?" "Because if we knew the person, we might forget the wish." The answer settled gently over the water. Elias understood. The hidden library had never been interested in fame, only in kindness that continued long after names had faded. A tiny silver leaf drifted from somewhere above. It landed softly upon the surface of the pool. For the first time, the water moved, not outward, inward. The ripples traveled gently toward the first wish. As they reached its quiet light, the tiny silver star brightened ever so slightly, then returned to its peaceful glow. Mira smiled. It thanks every kindness. It notices every hope. It never forgets. Elias looked around the quiet hollow. So many travelers must come here. They do. And what do they wish for? Mira looked thoughtfully at the still water. Nothing. Elias blinked. They don't make wishes. They leave them. He frowned gently. I don't understand. She knelt beside the edge of the pool. When a hope has grown so generous that it no longer belongs only to the one who dreamed it. She looked across the motionless water. The meadow keeps it safe. Elias quietly sat beside her. Neither of them reached toward the water. Neither wished to disturb it. For a very long time, they simply remained there beneath the moon, watching the oldest wish in the hidden library continue doing what it had quietly done for countless generations. Waiting, remembering, and patiently shining for everyone. The first wish continued shining quietly at the center of the still pool. Its gentle silver light neither brightened nor faded. It simply remained patient, constant, enough. Elias found himself wondering how many nights it had rested there. Hundreds, thousands, perhaps long before the first traveler had ever stepped through the doors of the hidden library. The question rose naturally within him. Does it ever become lonely? Mira looked toward the quiet light. I used to wonder that too, and she smiled softly. Then I realized. She looked around the peaceful hollow. It has never been alone. Elias followed her gaze. The countless little resting stars surrounding the pool seemed almost like silent companions. None reached toward the first wish. None asked anything of it. They simply remained nearby. Their quiet presence was enough. He smiled. The valley seemed to understand companionship better than words ever could. A tiny movement caught his attention. At the edge of the pool, a small white moth settled upon a smooth stone. Its wings shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight. It remained completely still. Moments later, another moth arrived, then another. Within only a few minutes, nearly a dozen tiny moths rested peacefully around the water. None flew across the pool. None disturbed the first wish. They simply gathered in respectful silence. Elias whispered, "They're beautiful. They come every evening." Mira replied, "No one knows why." The moths slowly opened and closed their wings together, almost like breathing. The entire hollow seemed to inhale with them, then exhale. The first wish answered with the faintest pulse of silver light. Not brighter, only warmer. Elias watched in quiet wonder. No one had called the moths. No keeper had guided them. The valley simply knew. Perhaps kindness had its own seasons, its own migrations, its own quiet rhythms. Just then, a single elderly traveler approached the edge of the hollow. Neither Elias nor Mira spoke. The old traveler carried no lantern, no satchel, only a simple walking cane, polished smooth by many years of gentle use. Without looking toward anyone, the traveler quietly removed a tiny folded piece of paper from a pocket. He did not open it. He did not read it. With both hands, he held it gently against his heart for one peaceful breath. Then he placed the folded paper beneath a smooth stone beside the pool, not into the water, only beside it. He smiled softly, bowed his head for a moment, then quietly continued on his way. Nothing happened. The first wish remained exactly as before. The resting stars continued shining peacefully. The moths never left their places. Yet somehow, the entire valley felt slightly lighter. Elias waited until the traveler disappeared beyond the silver hill. Finally, he asked what was written on the paper. Mira gently shook her head. No one knows. No keeper has ever looked. No traveler has ever asked. He considered that for a long moment. You trust everyone. She smiled. The library does. And after enough years, so do we. Elias looked once more toward the little stone, beneath which the folded paper now rested. It occurred to him that perhaps the hidden library was not built upon magic at all. Perhaps it had always been built upon trust. Trust that kindness would continue. Trust that strangers could become companions. Trust that quiet goodness, though often unseen, was never truly lost. The moon climbed a little higher. One by one, the tiny white moths gently lifted into the air. Without haste, without sound, they circled the first wish exactly once, then drifted together across the meadow like living starlight. Elias watched until the last small wing disappeared into the silver night. For reasons he could not explain, he felt as though he had just witnessed an evening ritual far older than memory itself. And the valley, without speaking a single word, had welcomed him into it. The last white moth disappeared into the silver night. For several peaceful moments, no one moved. The still pool reflected the moon with such perfect clarity that Elias could no longer tell where the sky ended and the meadow began. He quietly drew a slow breath, then another. The hidden library had shown him many beautiful places, but nowhere had silence felt quite like this. It was not the silence of emptiness. It was the silence of something complete. Eventually, Mira rose gently to her feet. We should continue. Elias nodded. Neither of them wished to leave. Yet somehow, neither felt sadness. Places like this, he realized, never truly disappeared. They quietly traveled home inside the traveler. The winding path led them away from the hollow. The first wish slowly disappeared behind gentle silver hills, even after it could no longer be seen. Its quiet warmth seemed to remain beside them. The meadow gradually became brighter once again. More resting stars appeared beneath the grasses. The soft whisper of the wind returned, almost as though the valley had gently resumed breathing. After holding one long, peaceful breath, as they walked, Elias noticed something he had overlooked before. Tiny footprints crossed the silver grass. Not human footprints. Very small. Some belonged to rabbits, others to birds, others he could not recognize at all. Curiously, none of them disturbed the resting stars. Every tiny creature seemed to know exactly where to place its feet. The meadow welcomed every life without asking any of them to change. A sudden flutter drew Elias' attention upward. Several small birds landed among the silver grasses ahead. Each carried a single tiny seed in its beak. One after another, they gently placed the seeds upon the ground, then flew away, not eating them, not hiding them, simply leaving them behind. Elias watched in quiet fascination. Moments later, a family of tiny field mice emerged from beneath the grass. Instead of gathering every seed, each mouse picked up only one. The rest remained where they had been placed. Within minutes, the clearing was peaceful once again. No creature had taken more than it needed. No creature had been left without enough. Mira smiled as she watched. The meadow has very patient teachers. Elias laughed softly. I've noticed they never explain anything. They don't have to, she replied. The path curved gently around a small hill. As they reached its crest, Elias suddenly stopped. Far below, hundreds of tiny travelers could now be seen crossing the meadow. Some alone, some together, none hurried. From this height, they looked almost like tiny stars walking among larger ones. The entire valley shimmered with quiet movement. No voices reached the hill, only the peaceful rhythm of countless gentle journeys unfolding at once. Elias watched with quiet wonder. So many. Mira nodded. The library always welcomes more travelers than we imagine. And somehow, he smiled. It never feels crowded. She laughed softly. Kindness has a remarkable way of making room. They remained upon the hill for a while longer, watching the peaceful valley below. Then, without warning, a little girl appeared running across the silver grass. She could not have been older then 7. Golden curls bounced gently as she ran. In one hand, she carried a tiny woven basket. She suddenly stopped, bent down, picked up something from the grass, then carefully placed it into her basket. She continued a little farther, stopped again, picked up another, again and again. Elias smiled. What is she collecting? Mira looked toward the child with unmistakable affection. Fallen starlight. Elias blinked. The stars fall. They do, but only after they've shared enough hope. The little girl finally noticed them standing upon the hill. She smiled brightly, raised her little basket in greeting, then happily continued her quiet work beneath the moon. Elias watched until she disappeared among the silver grasses. He could not help smiling. Every place inside the hidden library seemed to have its own gentle caretakers. Some were keepers, some were travelers, and some were simply children who knew exactly where fallen starlight belonged. The little girl gradually disappeared among the silver grasses. Her tiny basket caught the moonlight for only a moment longer. Then even that gentle shimmer faded into the peaceful valley. Elias continued watching the place where she had been. Will she bring the fallen starlight back here? Mira smiled. No. Where does she take it? Wherever it's needed. The answer felt strangely familiar. Inside the hidden library, very few things belonged to one place forever. Kindness traveled, hope traveled, even starlight, it seemed, preferred the company of travelers. They quietly descended the hill. The silver path became narrower, winding gently between clusters of low flowering shrubs. Tiny white blossoms covered every branch. Their fragrance reminded Elias of spring rain drifting through an open window, comforting, fresh, almost nostalgic. As they rounded another bend, they came upon a small wooden gate. It stood alone. No fence stretched from either side. Only the gate. Simple oak wood, beautifully weathered. Its little iron latch remained open. Elias stopped beside it. There isn't even a fence. Mira smiled knowingly. There doesn't need to be. He gently touched the smooth wooden post. So why build a gate? She looked toward the quiet meadow beyond. Sometimes, she said softly, crossing matters more than dividing. Those words lingered with him. The gate did not separate two places. It invited awareness. Elias slowly stepped through it. The simple act felt unexpectedly meaningful, not because anything had changed around him, but because something had quietly changed within him. Beyond the gate, the meadow became even more peaceful. The silver grasses grew shorter, the resting stars fewer, the path wider. as though the valley itself were gently preparing travelers to leave, not with sadness, with gratitude. A little farther ahead, they found a tiny wooden table standing beneath an old flowering tree. Upon it rested dozens of smooth glass bottles. Each bottle held only a single silver feather. No two feathers were identical. Some were long, some small, some almost transparent beneath the moonlight. Elias carefully picked up one bottle. The feather inside floated gently without touching the glass. Whose feathers are these? Mira looked at them fondly. They belong to the night swallows. The birds, he asked. She nodded. They migrate across every valley of the hidden library, and once each season, they leave behind one feather. For what purpose? No one has ever asked them. She laughed softly. They simply do. Elias slowly returned the bottle to the table. He noticed another small sign resting beside them. Only one sentence had been written. Take one only when someone else's journey becomes heavier than your own. He smiled. So they're gifts. They are reminders. Mira corrected gently. Of what? She looked toward the moonlit sky, where several tiny birds quietly crossed overhead. That sometimes the greatest kindness is helping someone else keep flying. Neither of them took a bottle. They simply continued walking. Behind them, the little table remained quietly waiting beneath its flowering tree. Patient, unhurried, trusting, just as the loaf of bread had waited, just as the empty chair had waited, just as the cloak upon the bridge had waited. The hidden library never seemed afraid that generosity would be wasted. It trusted travelers. Perhaps that trust itself was one of its oldest forms of magic. The path gradually climbed one final gentle rise. As Elias reached the top, he paused. Far ahead, beyond the silver meadow, the warm golden lights of the hidden library shimmered upon the horizon. Not distant, not near, simply waiting. He smiled softly. For the first time since leaving the library, it no longer felt like a place he returned to. It felt like home. The warm lights of the hidden library rested peacefully upon the horizon, not calling, not pulling, simply waiting. Elias remained standing upon the gentle rise. He had crossed valleys, walked ancient bridges, met keepers whose wisdom had quietly reshaped the way he saw the world. Yet the sight before him filled him with an unexpected realization. Home, he thought, was not always the place where a journey began. Sometimes, home became the place that gently welcomed the person you had become. Mira stood beside him without speaking. She knew the meadow had one final lesson to offer. They descended the hill together. The silver path gradually blended into pale stone once again. The resting stars became fewer and fewer, until only scattered lights remained among the grasses. The valley seemed to understand. Every traveler eventually reached its edge, not because the peace ended, but because peace wished to travel onward with them. As they approached the final archway leading back toward the hidden library grounds, Elias noticed one last object resting beside the path. A beautifully carved wooden chest. Its lid stood open. Inside, there was nothing, completely empty. No treasures, no books, no lanterns, only a small handwritten card. Elias picked it up. It contained just one sentence: "Leave behind what no longer needs carrying." He quietly read it again, then looked into the empty chest. For several moments, he simply stood there. Nothing inside the chest demanded an answer. Nothing asked for proof. The Meadow trusted every traveler to know their own heart. Elias slowly smiled. Without speaking, he reached into the pocket of his cloak. His fingers touched the little traveler's blossom, then the folded paper crane. He left both exactly where they were. They still belonged to the journey ahead. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes. He remembered the fear that had once whispered he needed to understand everything immediately, to solve every mystery, to reach every destination as quickly as possible. The bridge had gently loosened that burden. The Meadow had quietly lifted the rest. He opened his eyes again. The empty chest remained exactly as before. Nothing visible had changed. Yet somehow, his steps already felt lighter. Mira looked at him with quiet understanding. "You left something." Elias nodded. "I think I did." She smiled. "You don't need to know exactly what. The Meadow already does." Together, they walked beneath the final stone arch. Behind them, the meadow where Starlight rested shimmered peacefully beneath the moon. The silver grasses continued their quiet breathing. The first wish continued shining within its still pool. Children still gathered fallen starlight. Travelers still completed circles they would never see finished. Empty swings still rocked gently for burdens that had finally been laid down. And somewhere, the oldest wish in the hidden library continued patiently reminding the world that hope grew stronger whenever it was quietly shared. Ahead, the great doors of the hidden library stood open. Warm golden light spilled softly across the ancient stone path. The familiar scent of old books, polished wood, and gentle candlelight welcomed them home. As Elias crossed the threshold, he paused only once. He looked back toward the Silver Valley one final time. He did not wave. He did not say goodbye. Some places, he now understood, were never truly left behind. They simply became part of the traveler who walked onward. The blossom lantern, resting against his side, answered with its warmest glow yet. Not bright, not dazzling, only peacefully alive. Somewhere high above the library, a fourth lantern quietly awakened among the blossoms of the bridge. No one announced it. No bells rang. The hidden library simply smiled in the quiet way only living places can. And beyond its endless shelves, another doorway had already begun waiting. The great doors of the hidden library closed softly behind them, not with the sound of an ending, but with the quiet certainty of a page being gently turned. Warm candlelight welcomed Elias home. The familiar scent of aged parchment, polished oak, and old leather drifted peacefully through the endless halls. For the first time, nothing felt unfamiliar. The library no longer seemed enormous. It simply felt known, not because Elias had explored every corridor, because he no longer believed he needed to. Some rooms, he smiled to himself, were happiest waiting. Mira walked beside him through the great entrance hall. Travelers quietly moved between towering bookshelves. Some carried lanterns, some carried maps, others simply wandered with calm expressions, as though every step itself were part of the story they sought. No one hurried. No one whispered loudly. The hidden library welcomed silence as naturally as it welcomed conversation. As they reached the central rotunda, Elias noticed something different. Several keepers had quietly gathered near the great circular table. Rowan stood beside an enormous open atlas, whose pages slowly turned by themselves. Ferris leaned comfortably upon his familiar walking stick, his weathered hat resting beneath one arm. Leora arranged a small tray of steaming teacups with the same patient care. She gave every simple task. The elder librarian stood near the tallest window, watching the evening stars appear above the library roofs. No meeting seemed to be taking place. No announcement had been made. Yet somehow, everyone appeared exactly where they needed to be. Ferris smiled first. There he is. I was beginning to think the meadow might convince you never to come back. Elias laughed. It almost did. Leora gently handed him a warm cup of tea before he had even reached the table. No journey should end thirsty. The familiar fragrance filled the air. Wild herbs, honey, a hint of jasmine. He accepted it gratefully. Thank you. You've already thanked me. She smiled. This tea is for the traveler you've become. Rowan quietly closed the enormous atlas. "You crossed the bridge." "I did, and—" Elias searched for the right words. After several thoughtful moments, he simply smiled. "I understand less, and somehow trust more." A comfortable silence followed. Ferris chuckled warmly. "Good. The bridge is still doing its work." The elder librarian finally turned from the window. His calm eyes rested kindly upon Elias. "You've returned lighter." Elias looked down almost instinctively. "I left something behind." "So we noticed." The elder librarian smiled. "No traveler reaches the meadow where Starlight rested without doing so." He slowly approached the circular table. Upon it rested an object Elias had never seen before. A small wooden box, simple walnut wood, smooth with age, no lock, no hinges visible, only a single silver blossom carved into its lid. The elder librarian gently placed both hands upon it. "This box has waited many years." Elias looked at it curiously. "For me." The elder librarian quietly shook his head. "No, it waited for the traveler who would one day become ready." Those words felt wonderfully familiar. The hidden library never waited for names. It waited for readiness. The elder librarian gently lifted the lid. Inside rested nothing. The box appeared completely empty. Elias looked again. Still nothing. Ferris smiled knowingly. "It confuses everyone." Leora laughed softly. "It confused me too." Rowan folded his arms with quiet amusement. "Look again." Elias leaned a little closer. At first, the box remained empty. Then, very slowly, a tiny point of warm golden light appeared at its center, no larger than a grain of sand. It floated silently within the empty space, neither rising nor falling, simply waiting. Elias whispered, "What is it?" The elder librarian's gentle smile deepened. "Not a gift, not a reward." He looked warmly toward Elias. "It is your first unanswered question." The little golden light continued floating peacefully inside the empty wooden box, and for reasons Elias could not explain, he smiled, because for the first time in his life, an unanswered question no longer felt incomplete. It felt like the beginning of another beautiful journey. The tiny golden light rested quietly within the empty wooden box. It did not shimmer. It did not dance. It simply remained, as though it had all the time in the world. Elias found himself smiling at it, not because he understood it, because he no longer felt the need to. The elder librarian gently closed the lid. The little point of light disappeared from sight. You may open it whenever you wish." Elias looked up. "And if I never do?" The elder librarian smiled with quiet approval. "That would also be an answer." Ferris laughed softly. "I kept mine closed for nearly 12 years. Rowan looked mildly amused. "I only managed 6. Leora carefully placed another teacup onto the circular table. "I opened mine the very next morning." She laughed at herself. "I've never been especially patient." Everyone smiled. There was no embarrassment, only affection. Elias blinked. "You all received one." Mira nodded. "Every keeper, but never at the same point in their journey." The elder librarian folded his hands comfortably before him. "The hidden library asks many questions. It is only fair that it leaves a few unanswered as well." Silence settled warmly around the table. No one hurried to explain further. Some truths, the library believed, should ripen naturally. After a little while, Rowan reopened the enormous atlas. The pages turned by themselves before finally stopping. Instead of maps, the open pages showed delicate illustrations. A tiny teacup, a wooden windwheel, an empty chair, a paper crane, a white ribbon, a silver feather, a smooth white stone. Each object had appeared somewhere along Elias' journey. "They're all here," Elias whispered. "They always were," Rowan replied gently. "The atlas doesn't record places. It remembers kindness." Ferris smiled. "The roads change. The kindness never does." Elias slowly turned another page. More illustrations appeared. The loaf of bread, the folded cloak, the first wish, the empty chest, the little girl gathering fallen starlight. Every quiet act, no matter how small, had become part of the library's living memory. There were no names beside the drawings, only the moments themselves. Elias looked thoughtfully at the atlas. "So, someone who comes 100 years from now will still find these?" Rowan nodded. "If they need them." The answer felt beautifully familiar. Nothing inside the hidden library seemed to exist merely to preserve history. Everything waited to comfort someone still walking. The elder librarian quietly closed the atlas. "There is one final place I would like you to visit tonight." Elias looked up. "I thought the journey was over." "It is." The old librarian smiled. "And it isn't." He walked toward one of the tallest windows, overlooking the endless shelves below. Beyond the glass, night had fully settled across the hidden library. Countless lanterns glowed warmly throughout its winding halls. Travelers moved quietly, like tiny stars, between endless bookshelves. The elder librarian rested one hand upon the window frame. "Come." Elias joined him. Together, they looked out over the living library. "It took me many years," the elder librarian said quietly, "to understand something." He pointed toward the countless travelers below. "I believed I was protecting this place." He smiled gently. "I was mistaken." Elias looked at him. "The library was protecting me." The words lingered quietly in the warm candlelight. Elias looked once more across the endless halls. For the first time, he understood. No traveler ever truly found the hidden library. The hidden library quietly found the traveler, and when it did, it never simply offered stories. It gently taught them how to become one. "The library was protecting me." Those gentle words remained with Elias long after the elder librarian had spoken them. He stood quietly beside the great window. Below, the hidden library continued its peaceful rhythm. A traveler carefully returned a book to its shelf. Another quietly helped an elderly woman reach a volume resting high above. Two children sat cross-legged upon a thick woven rug, whispering softly over an ancient illustrated manuscript. Near the eastern balcony, someone silently lit a lantern that had gone dark. No one applauded. No one noticed. The little act simply became part of the evening. Elias smiled. The library never seemed interested in grand moments. It trusted ordinary ones. The elder librarian quietly stepped away from the window. "There is one room," he said, "that every traveler eventually discovers." Ferris smiled knowingly. "I wondered when you take him." Leora laughed softly. "I thought you'd wait another few journeys." The elder librarian shook his head. "The room decides. It always has." Mira looked toward Elias. "It has already opened." Elias blinked. "It has." The elder librarian nodded. "It has been waiting since you crossed the bridge." Without another word, he began walking, not toward the great reading halls, not toward the endless shelves. Instead, he followed a quiet corridor Elias had somehow never noticed before. It curved gently behind the central rotunda. The farther they walked, the quieter the library became. Soon, only their footsteps remained. Even those seemed softened by the polished wooden floor. Warm candlelight continued guiding the corridor. No paintings hung upon its walls. No books rested upon its shelves. Only empty spaces, comfortably empty, as though the hallway itself wished travelers to leave behind every distraction before reaching its destination. Finally, the elder librarian stopped before a simple wooden door. No elaborate carvings, no glowing symbols, only one small silver handle. Above it, A tiny plaque carried 4 familiar words. Enter only as yourself. Elias quietly read the sentence, then smiled. I don't think the library would let anyone enter any other way. The elder librarian's eyes sparkled warmly. It wouldn't. He gently opened the door. Inside, the room was astonishingly small, no larger than a cozy sitting room. A single fireplace burned quietly. Comfortable armchairs rested around it. Shelves lined the walls. Yet unlike every other room in the library, these shelves were almost empty. Only a handful of books rested there, each beautifully bound, each entirely different. No titles appeared upon their covers, only simple colors: deep blue, forest green, warm amber, soft silver. Elias stepped inside. Immediately, the room felt strangely familiar, not because he had seen it before, because it somehow felt like remembering rather than discovering. The elder librarian quietly remained near the doorway. This room has many names. Ferris smiled. I've heard at least 12. Leora laughed. My favorite changes every year. Elias looked around. What do you call it? The elder librarian answered without hesitation. The room of unwritten pages. Silence settled gently around the fireplace. Elias looked toward the nearly empty shelves. There are hardly any books. The old librarian smiled. Exactly. He slowly walked to one empty shelf. He rested his hand upon the smooth wood. This room does not preserve completed stories. It waits for the ones still being written. Elias looked at the empty spaces between the books. For the first time, they did not feel empty at all. They felt wonderfully full of possibility. The fireplace crackled softly. Outside the tall, round window, the stars shone peacefully above the hidden library. And somewhere deep inside Elias, he realized something quietly extraordinary. Perhaps every journey he had taken so far had never been leading him toward an ending. Perhaps it had simply been teaching him how to begin. The room of unwritten pages remained peacefully quiet. Its silence was different from every other room Elias had visited. The reading halls carried the silence of concentration. The bridge of blooming lanterns carried the silence of patience. The meadow where Starlight rested carried the silence of hope. This room carried the silence of possibility. The fireplace crackled softly. Its warm light danced across the empty shelves without trying to fill them. Elias slowly walked toward one of the untitled books. Its cover was deep forest green, beautifully worn, as though countless hands had gently opened it through the years. He hesitated. The elder librarian noticed. You may. Elias carefully lifted the book from the shelf. It was surprisingly light. He opened the first page. Nothing. Every page completely blank. He slowly turned another, then another, still blank. A faint smile appeared on his face. There isn't any writing. There isn't, the elder librarian replied. Then why is it here? Ferris chuckled quietly. I asked exactly the same question. Leora laughed. So did I. Rowan folded his arms with an amused expression. We all did. The elder librarian walked slowly toward the fireplace. The room of unwritten pages has only one purpose. He looked warmly toward Elias. It reminds every traveler that the most important stories are never found. They are lived. Elias looked down at the empty pages again. For a moment, he imagined words slowly appearing across them. The tea house, the bridge, the meadow, Mira, Ferris, Leora, Rowan. The first wish, the little girl gathering fallen starlight. Then, the vision quietly disappeared. The pages remained perfectly blank, almost as if the room itself had smiled. Not yet. He gently closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Immediately beside it, he noticed something unexpected. A single feather, silver, resting quietly upon the wood. One of the night swallow's feathers. He looked toward Mira. You brought one. She shook her head. I've never touched it. Ferris smiled. No one has. It's always been there. Elias looked closer. The feather rested so lightly that it seemed almost weightless. Yet somehow, it never drifted away. The elder librarian spoke quietly. Every traveler sees something slightly different upon that shelf. Elias looked at him. You saw a feather. What did you see? The old librarian smiled. A seed. Ferris laughed. I saw a compass. Leora. A teacup. She answered with a gentle smile. Rowan. The map. Mira looked thoughtfully toward the shelf. I saw an unopened lantern. Elias looked back at the silver feather. So, it changes. The elder librarian gently shook his head. No, you do. Silence returned. The answer needed nothing else. The fireplace continued its quiet song. Outside, snow-white clouds drifted peacefully across the moon. Inside, the room of unwritten pages remained perfectly content with its nearly empty shelves, as though it understood something the rest of the library quietly respected. There would always be another story, another traveler, another unanswered question, another doorway, another beginning. Elias slowly sat beside the fire. For the first time since entering the hidden library, he did not feel like a guest. He did not even feel like a traveler. He simply felt present. The warmth of the fire settled gently around the room. No one hurried to speak. No one searched for another lesson. Sometimes, the greatest gift a story could offer was a moment where nothing at all needed to happen, and the hidden library always seemed to know exactly when that moment had arrived. The fire continued burning with quiet patience. Its gentle warmth spread through the room of unwritten pages without asking anything in return. Elias sat comfortably in the armchair nearest the window. Outside, the hidden library rested beneath a sky filled with quiet stars. No wind disturbed the night. No hurried footsteps echoed through the distant halls. Even time itself seemed content to linger beside the fire. After several peaceful minutes, the elder librarian stood. "I have something to show you." He crossed the room toward the only object Elias had not yet truly noticed. A grandfather clock, tall, elegant, crafted from dark walnut wood. Unlike every other clock Elias had encountered inside the hidden library, this one possessed no hands. Its face remained completely empty. Only 12 tiny silver blossoms marked the hours. The pendulum moved slowly, back and forth, back and forth. Yet there was no ticking, only silence. Elias approached curiously. "It doesn't tell the time." The elder librarian smiled. "No, it tells something much rarer." Ferris chuckled softly. "I've been trying to understand that clock for 40 years. Leora laughed. "I stopped trying. It became much easier after that." Elias gently rested one hand upon the polished wood. The pendulum continued its graceful motion, back and forth, without hurry, without pause. "What does it measure?" The elder librarian looked thoughtfully at the silent clock. "It measures readiness." Elias frowned gently. "How?" "It doesn't." The old librarian smiled. "It simply waits." The answer sounded impossible, yet somehow perfectly natural. The clock has never hurried a traveler. It has never delayed one. It simply stands here until someone discovers they no longer need to ask when. Elias looked at the empty clock face. For the first time, he noticed faint reflections moving across the polished glass. Not reflections of the room, reflections of places. The tea house, the bridge, the meadow, the river, one after another. They appeared for only a heartbeat, then quietly faded, almost as though the clock remembered journeys rather than hours. He smiled softly. "It remembers." The elder librarian nodded. "Everything worth remembering." The little silver blossoms upon the clock face seemed almost alive beneath the firelight, not moving, simply, peacefully present. Mira stepped beside Elias. When I first came here, I kept asking when my next journey would begin. She smiled at the silent clock. Eventually, I forgot to ask, and that's when the next door opened. Elias laughed quietly. The library enjoys surprising people. It does, Ferris answered, but only after they've stopped expecting surprises. Everyone laughed gently. The room felt wonderfully alive, not because of magic, because of familiarity. These people had shared countless evenings together, countless travelers, countless beginnings, countless quiet goodbyes. The hidden library, Elias realized, was not held together by shelves, nor books, nor magic. It was held together by people who had quietly chosen to care for one another. The fire crackled softly. The silent pendulum continued its endless rhythm. Back and forth, back and forth. Elias suddenly understood why there were no hands upon the clock, because no traveler inside the hidden library was ever late. Every lesson, every meeting, every doorway, every goodbye arrived exactly when the heart had quietly become ready to receive it. And somehow, that felt far more comforting than knowing the hour ever could. The silent clock continued its endless rhythm. Back and forth, back and forth. No hands, no numbers, no ticking, only patience. Elias found himself smiling at it, not because he had finally understood the clock, but because he no longer felt disappointed that he hadn't. Some mysteries he had learned were companions rather than puzzles. The elder librarian quietly returned to the fireplace. He carefully added another small piece of cedar wood to the glowing embers. Its gentle fragrance slowly filled the room. Warm, earthy, comforting. Ferris settled into his favorite armchair with a contented sigh. I've always liked this room at night. Leora smiled as she poured another cup of tea. It's quieter. Rowan looked thoughtfully toward the fire. No, it's us. The room fell peacefully silent. Everyone smiled. Rowan was right. The library had not grown quieter. They had. That realization settled gently over Elias. When he had first entered the hidden library, every room had seemed filled with mysteries. Now, every room felt filled with friends. Outside the tall, round window, snow-white clouds slowly drifted away from the moon. Its silver light quietly entered the room. For just a moment, the firelight and moonlight rested together across the wooden floor. Neither stronger, neither weaker, simply sharing the same quiet space. Elias watched the two lights meet. "It reminds me of the bridge." Mira looked toward the floor. "The lanterns." He nodded. "They never tried to replace the moon." She smiled. "And the moon never tried to outshine the lanterns." Another comfortable silence followed. Ferris suddenly chuckled to himself. "What?" Leora asked. "I was remembering my first night here." Everyone looked toward him. "I spent 3 hours trying to organize the books." Rowan laughed. "The library moved every shelf before sunrise." "It did." Ferris grinned. "I thought I'd offended it." The elder librarian laughed quietly. "It wasn't offended. It simply preferred its own arrangement." Even Elias laughed. The image was wonderfully easy to imagine. Ferris trying very seriously to help, while the library patiently waited for bedtime before putting everything back where it belonged. Leora smiled warmly. "My first week, I kept leaving flowers in empty reading rooms." "What happened?" Elias asked. "The flowers disappeared." She laughed softly. "I was heartbroken." The elder librarian smiled. "The children had been taking them. They thought the library had grown a garden." Everyone laughed again. Not loudly, only with the quiet ease shared between old friends. Elias realized something beautiful. Every keeper had once been new. Every keeper had misunderstood something. Every keeper had learned slowly. No one had arrived already wise. The hidden library had simply loved them long enough for wisdom to grow naturally. The fire burned a little lower. The room became even cozier. The elder librarian looked around the circle. His calm eyes rested upon each familiar face. Then finally, upon Elias. "Do you know," he asked gently, "what the library hopes every traveler carries away?" Elias thought carefully. "The lessons." The elder librarian shook his head. "The memories." Another gentle shake. "The kindness." A warm smile. Closer. The room waited patiently. Finally, the elder librarian answered his own question. "It hopes that one day, when the world feels unusually loud, they will remember that somewhere." He looked toward the warm shelves surrounding them. "There is always a quiet room waiting." The words settled softly inside Elias. He knew then that the quiet room was not merely this place. It was something every traveler could carry home. A place built from patience, kindness, wonder, and the gentle certainty that no heart ever had to walk alone. The room remained peacefully still. No one hurried to speak after the elder librarian's words. The fire continued its quiet conversation with the cedar wood. Outside, the moon slowly crossed the night sky above the hidden library. For a long while, Everyone simply enjoyed being together. Not every gathering needed a purpose. Sometimes presence itself was enough. Eventually, a soft chime echoed somewhere deep within the library. Only once, clear, gentle. Then silence returned. Elias looked toward the doorway. What was that? Mira smiled. The evening bell. I didn't hear a bell. Ferris laughed quietly. Exactly. Elias looked puzzled. The elder librarian explained. The evening bell isn't heard with the ears. It is only noticed. What does it mean? Leora answered softly. It reminds every traveler that another peaceful day has been safely placed upon the library shelves. Elias smiled. I like that. So do we. Rowan replied. The elder librarian slowly walked toward one of the tall windows. He opened it just enough for the cool evening air to enter. The scent of night, flowers drifted quietly into the room. Far below, the gardens shimmered beneath moonlight. Somewhere in the distance, a lantern was being gently extinguished, not because darkness had won, because rest had arrived. The elder librarian looked toward Elias. Would you walk with me? Elias nodded. The two quietly stepped into the corridor. Behind them, the others remained by the fire. No one asked where they were going. No one needed to. Some conversations belonged to only two people. The corridor felt wonderfully peaceful after the warmth of the sitting room. Rows of tall windows overlooked sleeping gardens. The polished wooden floor reflected long ribbons of moonlight. The elder librarian walked slowly, never leading, never following, simply keeping the same gentle pace as Elias. After some time, they reached a quiet balcony overlooking nearly the entire hidden library. The view stole Elias' breath. Below, countless rooftops rested beneath the moon. Glass conservatories shimmered like silver lakes. Ancient towers reached peacefully toward the stars. Lanterns glowed warmly in distant windows. Far beyond, he could just make out the faint silver line of the meadow where Starlight rested, and farther still, almost hidden beneath drifting clouds, the bridge of blooming lanterns. 4 tiny lanterns glowed among thousands of sleeping ones. Small, almost impossible to notice, yet unmistakably alive. Elias smiled. They're still shining. They will, the elder librarian answered. So long as someone continues walking with kindness. Neither spoke again for several minutes. The library stretched peacefully beneath them. It looked less like a building now, and more like a living constellation resting upon the earth. Finally, the elder librarian spoke once more. When you first arrived, You believed this place existed to answer questions. Elias nodded. I did. And now, Elias looked across the sleeping rooftops. He answered without taking his eyes from the view. I think it exists to help people ask better ones. The elder librarian's gentle smile reflected in the moonlight. Then your first journey is truly complete. A cool breeze wandered across the balcony. The blossom lantern hanging at Elias' side answered with one final warm glow. Not brighter than before, simply content. Somewhere beyond the endless shelves, a single page quietly turned, and the hidden library, as it always had, prepared itself to welcome tomorrow's traveler. The two of them remained upon the moonlit balcony. Neither Elias nor the elder librarian felt any need to hurry back inside. Below, the hidden library settled gently into its nighttime rhythm. One by one, the reading rooms grew quieter. Travelers closed the final pages of their books. Candles were gently lowered. Lanterns dimmed to their soft evening glow. Nothing truly ended. The library simply changed its pace. A flock of night swallows crossed silently overhead. Their silver wings caught the moonlight before disappearing toward the eastern valleys. Elias watched until they became tiny points against the stars. They never seem lost. The elder librarian smiled. They've stopped trying to fly toward where they think they should be. They simply follow where the night becomes kind. Those words lingered gently. Elias rested his hands upon the smooth stone railing. He thought about the tea house, the valley of silent bells, the bridge, the meadow. Every place had quietly taught him something different, yet all of them had somehow been saying the same thing. The elder librarian seemed to notice the thought. The library rarely teaches many lessons. He looked toward the glowing valleys beyond. It simply tells the same truth in many different ways. Elias smiled. So eventually, the heart hears it. The elder librarian nodded. Exactly. A comfortable silence followed. Far below, one elderly traveler slowly crossed the central courtyard. He paused beside a young traveler who sat alone upon a stone bench. Neither of them spoke. The older traveler simply sat beside him. After a few moments, the younger traveler's shoulders relaxed. Nothing had been solved. Nothing had been explained. Yet somehow, the conversation had already succeeded. Elias watched them quietly. They didn't even say anything. The elder librarian smiled. Some kindness arrives before words. The image stayed with Elias. Perhaps that was why the hidden library felt so different from the world beyond its doors. Here, no one rushed to to repair another person's sadness. They simply refused to let them carry it alone. The moon climbed a little higher. Its silver light reached the balcony where they stood. For a brief moment, Elias noticed 4 tiny beams of warm golden light stretching across the distant valley. He looked carefully. The 4 awakened lanterns upon the bridge of blooming lanterns were just visible. Their light did not shine toward the library. It stretched gently across the bridge itself, quietly lighting the path for travelers who had not yet arrived. A deep feeling of gratitude settled inside him, not because he had completed a journey, because somewhere, someone he would never meet would one day walk a slightly brighter path, and they would never know why. The hidden library never asked kindness to introduce itself. It simply asked it to continue. The elder librarian looked toward the horizon. There is one last thing every traveler discovers. Elias turned. What is it? The old librarian smiled with the warmth of someone remembering many lifetimes of quiet evenings. That the hidden library. He looked once more across its glowing rooftops, has never belonged to its keepers, nor its books, nor even its magic. He placed one gentle hand upon the balcony railing. It belongs to every heart that leaves carrying a little more peace than it brought. The words settled softly into the night. Elias closed his eyes for only a moment. He listened to the wind, to the distant turning of pages, to the quiet breathing of the library itself. And for the first time, he could no longer tell where his own heartbeat ended and the hidden library's gentle rhythm began. Elias remained standing upon the balcony. The cool night air carried the gentle fragrance of cedar, old paper, and distant blossoms. Below, the hidden library rested peacefully beneath the moon, not asleep, only dreaming. The elder librarian quietly stepped away from the stone railing. I have one final request. Elias turned. Anything? The old librarian smiled. Walk with me once more. They slowly returned through the quiet corridors. The library felt different now, not because it had changed, because Elias had. Every familiar hallway seemed warmer, every lantern gentler, every doorway somehow welcoming. They eventually reached the great entrance hall where his journey had first begun. The enormous doors stood peacefully closed. Beyond them, the ordinary world waited. The elder librarian stopped beside the great circular mosaic set into the marble floor. At its center, the silver emblem of the hidden library shimmered softly beneath the candlelight. He looked toward Elias. When you first entered, you asked where the library was. Elias smiled. I remember. And now Elias looked slowly around the magnificent hall, at the endless shelves stretching upward, at the lanterns glowing above, at the travelers quietly passing one another with warm smiles. Then he gently shook his head. "I don't think that's the right question anymore." The elder librarian's eyes sparkled. "No, it isn't." Silence settled one final time between them. Not an awkward silence, the kind shared between two people who no longer needed many words. The elder librarian reached into the pocket of his long robe. He withdrew a small object, a simple brass key, old, beautifully worn. Its bow was shaped like a tiny open blossom. He placed it gently into Elias' hand. Elias looked at it in surprise. "A key." The elder librarian nodded. "It opens nothing." Elias blinked, then, "Why give it to me?" The old librarian smiled. "So you'll remember what? That not every gift exists to unlock a door. Some exist to remind us that the door is already open." Elias looked quietly at the little brass key resting in his palm. It suddenly reminded him of the very first evening. A lantern, an open door, a quiet invitation. How far that single step had carried him. He carefully slipped the little key into his satchel beside the traveler's blossom, the folded paper crane, and the blossom lantern. Not as a treasure, as a promise, the elder librarian gently opened the great entrance doors. Cool night air drifted into the hall. Beyond the threshold, the ordinary world rested beneath the same moon that watched over the hidden library. There had never been two skies, only one. Elias paused at the doorway. He looked back one final time. Ferris stood near the reading hall, already laughing with another traveler. Leora quietly poured tea for someone who looked tired after a long journey. Rowan carefully returned another atlas to its waiting shelf. Mira stood beneath a lantern, smiling with the quiet certainty that they would meet again. The elder librarian remained exactly where he was, patient, kind, never asking anyone to stay, only making it easy to return. Elias smiled. Until next time. The elder librarian inclined his head. There is no hurry. The library has always known where to find you. Elias stepped across the threshold. The great doors remained open behind him, not inviting him back immediately, simply reminding him they always would be. Far beyond the sleeping hills, 4 lanterns glowed softly upon the bridge of blooming lanterns. Within the silver meadow, the first wish continued shining for strangers it would never meet. Inside the hidden library, another traveler quietly opened a door for the very first time. And somewhere, beyond the turning of countless gentle pages, a new story had already begun waiting with infinite patience, because every quiet journey eventually discovers the same beautiful truth. The hidden library is not a place we finally arrive at. It is a place we slowly become. And so, the bridge of blooming lanterns grows quiet once more. Tonight, Elias crossed a bridge that could never truly be measured in steps. He discovered that kindness rarely arrives with applause, that hope becomes stronger when it is quietly shared, and that the most meaningful journeys are often the ones that gently change us without asking us to notice. Perhaps somewhere within the hidden library, another lantern has awakened, or perhaps one has quietly awakened within you. If this peaceful journey brought a little calm to your evening, a little comfort to your heart, or simply helped you slow down for a while, thank you for walking these paths with us. Your kindness, your quiet support, and your presence help keep the lanterns glowing for every traveler who may one day find their way to the hidden library. Next time, a new doorway quietly opens. Beyond it lies asterisk, the meadow where Starlight rested asterisk, where forgotten hopes, gentle wishes, and the oldest light in the hidden library wait patiently beneath an endless silver sky. Until then, may your heart remain light, may your dreams be gentle, and may you always remember, somewhere beyond the noise of ordinary evenings, a lantern is already glowing, a door is already open, and the hidden library will always be quietly waiting for you. Sleep well. We'll meet again inside the hidden library.